Chapter 952. How did you run so fast? Following the group to the mountain gate of the Ziwei sect, Ning Qi saw Kong Sankai fighting a middle-aged man in the air. As for Gu Datong and the other 4 elders in the early stage of the Battle Dan realm, they were also fighting one-on-one with the elders of the Ziwei sect. Among them was Ning Qi's acquaintance, Wu Guodong. He was in a sorry state at the moment. His injuries had not yet healed after using a secret technique. Now Gu Datong and the others were attacking him as if he had killed their father. He was overwhelmed. Wu Guodong, you son of tch, I will grind your bones to dust. Gu Datong roared as he attacked crazily. Gu Datong, I have always been in the Ziwei sect. When did I go to the Zhengyi sword sect? I did not steal the divine item. Wu Guodong was furious. You and Wu Guoxing are brothers. You are in cahoots. Stop quibbling. Gu Datong roared. Seeing this, Ning Qi's lips curled into a smile. He was extremely happy in his heart. These two were his enemies, especially Wu Guodong, who had almost beaten him to death. And now, because of him, these 2 great sects were fighting to the death. Ning Qi was extremely happy. In addition to these elders, the attendants and inner sect disciples of the 2 great sects were also engaged in battle. They all had their own opponent. However, because the Righteous Sword sect had lost Gongqing, the Ziwei sect had one more inner sect disciple than the Righteous Sword sect. He was currently slaughtering the outer sect disciples of the Righteous Sword sect. Junior brother Zhua, follow me closely. Ning Qi transmitted his voice to Zhuodongqing. At the same time, he slapped the Ziwei sect disciples to death, one after another. Zhuodongqing had never experienced such a terrifying sect war. He was like a headless fly, following closely behind Ning Qi. As a result, he discovered that his senior brother Nangong seemed to have grown a lot stronger recently. Those at the 10th tier great perfection of the Qi refinement realm, who were similar to him, could basically be killed with one slap. Seeing this, Zhuodongqing's confidence soared. Before long, Ning Qi and Zhuodongqing were getting closer and closer to the forbidden area of the Ziwei sect. Brothers, let's kill our way into the forbidden area and take back the divine item for the sect. Ning Qi's voice exploded in everyone's ears. Their eyes moved slightly, and they rushed towards Ning Qi. The elders who were originally guarding the Forbidden Land had long been captured and killed by Gu Datong and the others. They could not return to help at all. When Kong Sankai saw this scene, he directly slammed his palm towards the Forbidden Land of the Ziwei sect. The incomparably majestic power of the laws was like rolling waves, punching a hole in the Forbidden Land of the Ziwei sect. All of you, go and guard the forbidden area. Don't let the bastards from the Zhengyi sword sect rush in. Wu Guodong roared. Immediately, several deacon elders rushed towards Ning Qi's group. Although their departure made the people around them bear most of the pressure, and they were constantly being beaten back by the guys from the Righteous Sword sect, they had no choice. If they let the disciples of the Righteous Sword sect rush into the forbidden area, it would inevitably cause damage to the divine item. The sect leader of the Purple Microsect, Zidonglai, was not too worried. As long as Gu Datong and the others did not go to the forbidden area, the outer sect disciples would not be able to steal the divine item. Kong Sankai, do you really want to fight me to the death today? I've said it before, the divine item of your Righteous Sword sect was not stolen by my Ziwei sect. Zidonglai glared angrily at Kong Sankai. In the forbidden area of my Righteous Sword sect, the name of your elder, Wu Guodong, is left. Even if the Purple Flame-Glazed sect sends people to interfere, I have the right to do so. The divine item of the Righteous Sword sect cannot disappear for no reason. Zidonglai, if you do not hand over the divine item today, either you or I will die. Kong Sankai said coldly. Kong Sankai, you just want to steal the divine item of my Ziwei sect in a fair and square manner. And you still have to make it sound so dignified. Zidonglai said angrily. He thought that Kong Sankai had just randomly found an opening and that the divine item had not been lost at all. In fact, he was half right. Kong Sankai also suspected that someone had framed the Ziwei sect, but the divine item of the Righteous Sword sect had indeed disappeared. Therefore, no matter what, he had to make up for this loss. Whether or not the Ziwei sect was behind this, he had to take the divine item of the Ziwei sect today. The two of them could not agree, and once again they fought. At this time, the 3 deacon elders of the Ziwei sect had arrived, and with irresistible force, they killed the disciples of the Righteous Sword sect one by one. Finally, they stood in front of Ning Qi and the others. Boy! How dare you, a mere outer sect disciple, to actually want to break into the forbidden area of my Ziwei sect? Hand over your life. One of the deacon elders sneered at Ning Qi, striking out with his palm. Zhuodongqing and the others saw this and hurriedly turned and fled. Nonsense. The other party was in existence who had comprehended the power of laws. If they did not flee, were they just waiting for death? As for senior brother Nangong Sai, they could only give up, who asked him to be so bloodthirsty and muddle-headed that he wanted to break into the forbidden area of the Ziwei sect. Otherwise, the other party would not have sent 3 deacon elders to deal with them. Hey! Senior brother Nangong? How did you run so fast? Zhuodongqing and the others saw Nangong Xiaotian coming head-on, and were immediately stunned. How was this possible? Wasn't Nangong Xiaotian still behind? In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them? Under the siege of 3 deacon elders, he could escape here? What is running so fast? Nangong Xiaotian was baffled. Weren't you at the back side? Zhuodongqing turned his head and saw that there was no one in the forbidden area. The 3 deacon elders of the Ziwei sect had also disappeared without a trace. Everyone felt very strange in their hearts. Didn't someone just say that he broke into the forbidden area to take back the divine item for the sect? What are you waiting for? Charge with me! Nangong Xiaotian roared. Yes. Zhuodongqing nodded hurriedly. Since the deacon elders were gone, everyone had no fear in their hearts and directly rushed into the forbidden area. The various elders of the Ziwei sect also realized that something was wrong. The 3 deacon elders they had sent to stop the group of small fries, why had they suddenly disappeared without a trace? Quickly go and stop them. Stop them! Wu Guodong shouted as he fled. Gu Datong's eyes were red as he madly chased after him. Immediately, several elders returned to help, stopping Nangong Xiaotian and the others. At this moment, everyone was fighting so fiercely that no one noticed the small episode that had happened in the middle. Forbidden area of the Ziwei sect. Ning Qi followed the loophole that Kong Sankai had created and unimpeded walked to the deepest part of the forbidden area. As for the 3 deacon elders who had previously surrounded him, they had long been frozen into powder by the law of ice. Ha! The divine item of the Ziwei sect is much bigger than the Bogu sects. The battle outside will probably take a long time. This period of time should be enough for me to finish it. Ning Qi did not hesitate to walk into the divine item. Even if there was not enough time, he would not give up on this complete advancement mission and the opportunity to break through to the early stage Battle Dan realm. Chapter 953. Advancement mission completed. The battle between the Righteous Sword sect and the Ziwei sect lasted for an entire month. Kong Sankai and Zi Donglai were both mid-stage Battle Dan cultivators who had condensed more than 1,200 nomological powers. Both sides fought back and forth for more than a month until both were exhausted. They wanted to continue fighting, but news came from behind that the Blood Moon sect and White Bone Temple had ambushed the Righteous Sword sect. Once this news came, Kong Sankai immediately knew that he had no way out. If he could not take down the Ziwei sect today, his Righteous Sword sect would fall apart. Therefore, Kong Sankai could not care about preserving his strength. He directly burned 200 nomological powers and severely injured Zi Donglai. Seeing this, Wu Guodong, Wu Guosheng, and the other Ziwei sect elders hurried forward to protect Zi Donglai from being killed by Kong Sankai. Basically, the Ziwei sect's defeat was set in stone. If you continue fighting, all your hard work will be wasted. Kong Sankai looked coldly at Zi Donglai. Although he was severely injured, the price to kill him was extremely high. Kong Sankai still had to deal with the Blood Moon sect and White Bone Temple. Therefore, it would be best if Zi Donglai could surrender and admit defeat. Sect Master, your life is more important, Wu Guodong persuaded in a low voice. His own injuries were not light either. Gu Datong was eyeing him covetously. If not for Zi Donglai, Gu Datong would not have stopped. Cough. Kong Sankai, even if you take away my Ziwei sect's divine item, can you stop the Blood Moon sect and White Bone Temple? Ha ha, you can take the divine item. Zi Donglai coughed out a mouthful of blood and sneered at Kong Sankai. Kong Sankai heaved a sigh of relief and gave Gu Datong a look. Gu Datong immediately understood and flew toward the forbidden area of the Ziwei sect. At the same time, there were more than 10 early-stage Battle Dan cultivators nearby. They were elders from various sects who had rushed over after hearing the news. However, Zi Donglai and Kong Sankai were still alive. This group of people could only watch and did not dare to do anything. After devouring the last fish of law, Ning Qi's eyes suddenly flashed. Another power of law appeared in the battle aura vortex in his Dan Si. Ning Qi reached out and patted a nearby tree. The withering tree was like a withered tree in spring, its branches and leaves growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the next moment, the tree rapidly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally turned into a pile of powder. Law of wood. Ning Qi smiled with satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement mission and mastering 3 laws of nature. Congratulations on advancing to the early stage. Congratulations to host for advancing to the early stage Doden realm. The system Dongo's dragon Dan in the next moment, Ning Qi felt the Do Qi in his body boil and concentrate in his Dan Si. Not only that, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth also rushed into Ning Qi's head at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming an incomparably huge Do Qi tornado in the air. When the people outside saw this, their faces revealed bewildered and uncertain expressions. Someone is forming his core in the forbidden grounds of the Ziwei sect. Stage Inner Dan. Ziwei sect Star sect cultivators Wei sect disciples Inner 2. What a pity. After this battle, the Ziwei sect will definitely decline. Choosing to reach core formation now is not a wise move. Zi Donglai, the disciples of your Ziwei sect are 1 step ahead of my Zhengyi sword sect. Kong Sankai looked at Zi Donglai with jealousy. Zi Donglai was surprised. There was no disciple in the forbidden area who was comprehending the law. Who was this core formation cultivator? Core formation? A hint of disdain flashed across the corner of Gu Datong's mouth. He immediately entered the forbidden area, but when he saw what he saw, he was shocked. Nangong Xiaotian? How did he reach core formation? Where is the Ziwei sect's divine item? Gu Datong looked around and did not see the divine item. His face turned gloomy. He had an impression of Nangong Xiaotian. He was only at the 10th tier great perfection of the Qi refinement realm. He had not even comprehended a single law. How did he reach core formation? Although he had a lot of questions in his heart, Gu Datong chose not to disturb Ning Qi. All his questions could wait until Ning Qi successfully formed his gold core. Sect leader, the core formation cultivator is a disciple of our righteous sword sect. Gu Datong said to Kong Sankai. A disciple of our righteous sword sect? Kong Sansai's eyes revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. If that was really the case, then his Zheng Yi sword sect would have 5 experts at the initial stage of the Dodan realm. It just so happened that the currently awkward Zheng Yi sword sect would be able to regain the initiative. An initial stage Battle Dan expert and a divine item. Hee, this is a blessing in disguise. The corners of Kong Sansai's mouth rose slightly, and she smiled happily. Sect leader, there is no divine item in the forbidden area of Ziwei sect. Gu Datong's voice came again. Hearing these words, Kong Sankai was slightly taken aback. Ignoring Zidonglai, she flew directly towards the forbidden area of the Ziwei sect. The other three elders saw this and hurriedly followed. After Kong Sankai left, they did not have the confidence to face Zidonglai, even though Zidonglai was already heavily injured. Something seems to have happened. Let's go and take a look. Zidonglai's eyes lit up. He saw the surprise on Kong Sansai's face and guessed that there must be some changes in the forbidden area. The nearby initial stage Battle Dan experts were also very curious about who was forming their core at this juncture. They all flew towards the forbidden area of Ziwei sect. If it was any other time, they would not dare to be so brazen. However, the Ziwei sect had gone through a fierce battle and Zidonglai was seriously injured. How would they dare to offend the elders of the sect? They would definitely turn a blind eye to their actions. Zidonglai saw this scene. Although he was furious in his heart, he still pretended to be calm on the surface. With his current injuries, if another sect appeared to take advantage of the situation, it would be a fatal blow to the Ziwei sect. That guy looks unfamiliar. Who is he? Look at his clothes. He looks like an outer sect disciple of the righteous sword sect? Oh no. The person who is forming his core is a disciple of the righteous sword sect. Pfft. Zidonglai spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not accept this fact. He thought it was someone from his sect who was forming his core, but it turned out to be an outer sect disciple of the righteous sword sect. After that, he also discovered that the divine item had disappeared. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Kong Sankai and found that Kong Sankai was as shocked as he was. This meant that the divine item was not taken by him. Then who could it be? Could it be this matter was related to this outer sect disciple of the righteous sword sect? Zidonglai's gaze once again fell on Ningqi. There really is no divine item? What is going on? Kong Sankai looked around and his face was extremely gloomy. Could it be that this old guy hid first? Chapter 954. Breakthrough. Initial stage Doden Realm. You put away the divine item? No. It was a simple conversation. Although Kong Sankai did not fully believe him, she was 70 to 80% sure that Zidonglai did not hide the godly item. Where did the godly item go? From the disappearance of the Zhengyi sword sect's divine object to the disappearance of the Ziwei sect's divine object, was there a connection? Kong Sankai vaguely felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring coldly at them from behind. Isn't that Senior Nangong Xiaotian? He is going to break through to the Dodan realm? How is that possible? No. I just saw Nangong Xiaotian. When the outer sect disciples of the righteous sword sect saw Ningqi, their faces were filled with doubt, jealousy, and disbelief. Suddenly, a fellow rushed to Gu Datong's side and said in horror, "Elder Gu, that guy isn't me." This person was Nangong Xiaotian. Everyone glanced at Nangong Xiaotian, then looked at Ningqi. Immediately, a strange expression appeared on their faces. These two fellows looked exactly the same. It was obvious that there was something fishy hidden between them. How could this be? Gu Datong looked at this scene in bewilderment. Kong Sankai quickly walked in front of Nangong Xiaotian and said coldly, "Do you have a twin brother?" Reporting to sect leader, "I don't have a twin brother," Nangong Xiaotian said resolutely. Not far away, Zhuodongqing cried out involuntarily, "Senior brother Nangong, before we arrived at the Ziwei sect, were you in the same group as me?" Nangong Xiaotian shook his head. "I have always been following Elder Gu." Gu Datong nodded, proving his point. Hearing this, Zhuodongqing's face turned pale. In other words, The senior brother Nangong he had been following was the guy who was forming his gold core? This guy looked exactly like Nangong Xiaotian, and he was pretending to be Nangong Xiaotian. He must have bad intentions. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Zhuodongqing's forehead. The art of disguise. This person must have used the art of disguise to impersonate a disciple of the solitary sword sect. The divine item of the Ziwei sect has disappeared, and he has reached core formation at this moment. All of this must be related to him. Thinking of this, Kong Sansai's eyes flashed with shock. If this guy had snuck into the righteous sword sect before, could the disappearance of the two divine objects in the forbidden area have been caused by him? Little thief, you pretended to be a disciple of my solitary sword sect, and you still want to form your gold core? Die! Gu Datong roared and was about to attack when he was stopped by Kong Sankai. He looked at Kong Sankai in confusion and asked, "Sect Master, why are you doing this? Even if he breaks through to the initial stage of the Dodan realm, he will not be able to escape. Let's not make a move for now. Let's ask him about his background first." Kong Sankai said lightly. The sect master is afraid Gu Datong was not the only one. The other three elders of the righteous sword sect, as well as the early-stage Dodan experts nearby, including Zi Donglai, could see something. Kong Sankai was indeed afraid. No, it should be said that he was afraid. If the disappearance of the divine objects was really the doing of this person, there must be an expert behind him. Kong Sankai did not believe that a cultivator who had not broken through to the Dodan realm would be the mastermind behind this game of chess. If he did not ask about Ningqi's background, with Kong Sansai's current state, coupled with the defection of the Blood Moon sect and the White Bone Temple, it would be a problem whether he could keep his life, let alone the righteous sword sect. Interesting. When Su stood on the outskirts of the Forbidden Land and watched this scene with a smile. The Bogu sect was not far from the Ziwei sect. The battle here had been going on for more than a month, and he had naturally heard the news and rushed here. After listening to the explanation of the people around him, when Su learned that the Zhengyi sword sect had lost two divine items, and he was delighted. Not long ago, Gu Datong from the righteous sword sect had brought people to bully the Bogu sect and wanted to snatch the Bogu sect's divine objects. In the end, in just over half a year, the righteous sword sect had fallen into such a miserable state. A sect without the divine objects would decline sooner or later. It would not be long before the righteous sword sect would no longer exist in this world. Elder One, you must be in a good mood, right? A nearby early-stage Dodan realm cultivator saw Wen Su and winked at him with a smile. This fellow's sect had also been bullied by the righteous sword sect before. Haha, of course. Wen Su did not hesitate to reveal a bright smile. He knew that even if Kong Sankai saw this scene, he would not dare to do anything. If Kong Sankai dared to do anything, Zidong would definitely not let him go. If he angered everyone and everyone joined forces, a dozen early-stage Dodan realm cultivators might be able to defeat a mid-stage Dodan realm cultivator who had used a secret technique and lost at least 30% of his cultivation. The Do-Chi tornado in the sky became more and more violent. It blew so hard that some of the outer sect disciples could not open their eyes. All the junk in the forbidden ground of the Ziwei sect, including the trees, were uprooted and swept into the air. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Do-Chi tornado frantically entered Ningqi's body. This fellow is about to successfully form his core. There is going to be another early-stage Dodan realm expert in this world. His appearance has changed? Everyone's eyes slightly changed. At this moment, Ningqi's attention was focused on his Dan Si. Spiritual energy crazily surged into his Dan Si and into the Do-Chi whirlpool. After the Do-Chi whirlpool absorbed countless spiritual energy, it began to change and gradually condensed into a crystal-clear golden core. On the surface of this golden core, there was not only the law of ice, but also the law of fire and the law of wood. These laws were like a little redfish, a little snowflake, and a little sapling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the early stage Do-Dan realm. The system's notification sound followed. The changes in the surroundings also gradually disappeared. Because of breaking through to the early stage Do-Dan realm, Ning Qi's 9-phase divine art automatically retracted and he returned to his original appearance. Among the people present, there were 3 people who had extremely interesting expressions. "It's you?" Wu Guodong exclaimed. He never thought that the guy who was forming his core in front of him was actually the guy who he thought was dead, the one who possessed a super high-grade soul. How could it be him? Gu Datong's mouth slightly opened as he looked at Ning Qi in shock. He had been chasing Ning Qi for more than half a year. Even if Ning Qi turned into ashes, he would still be able to recognize him. Ning Beixian. When Su looked at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression, he could naturally recognize this outer sect disciple who had helped his bogus sect resolve a crisis. However, there had been no news of Ning Qi after he left the mountain more than half a year ago. When Su thought that Ning Qi had died outside and had almost forgotten about him, he did not expect to see this kid again in the forbidden area of Ziwei sect. Moreover, this kid had formed a Do-Dan and broken through to the early stage Do-Dan realm. Elder Gu, do you recognize this kid? Kong Sankai noticed Gu Datong's strange expression and asked with a gloomy expression. Sect leader, this kid is the kid who ruined our plans at Bogus Sect and escaped into the Dragon God battlefield. Chapter 955. When Su attacked. Chapter 955. Attack, it's him? Didn't you say that he just entered level 10 Qi refinement? Kong Sankai was shocked. Half a year ago, he was indeed at level 10 Qi refinement. Gu Datong said in a low voice. Even he did not believe what he said. Was it possible for a guy who just entered level 10 Qi refinement to break through to perfected 10th Qi refinement, comprehend the power of laws, and successfully break through to the early stage Battle Dan realm? Impossible. Even the 7 major sects did not have such a prodigy. The only possibility was that he was hiding his cultivation. Gu Datong moved and headed towards Ning Qi. He wanted to suppress Ning Qi and ask the question in his heart if the disappearance of Ziwei sect's divine item had anything to do with him. As for the disappearance of the Zhengyi sword sect's divine item, no matter how smart Gu Datong was, he could not link it to Ning Qi. So lively. Ning Qi's gaze swept across the crowd. His eyes turned serious when he saw Gu Datong charging towards him. In this situation, he had to use all his trump cards to have a slight chance of escaping. Just as he was about to condense his divine soul, when Su moved. His cultivation was slightly higher than Gu Datong's, and he blocked Gu Datong's attack when Gu Datong was almost in front of Ning Qi. Wen Su? Gu Datong took 3 steps back and glared at Wen Su. Wen Su did not feel good either and took 2.5 steps back. However, it was evident that his cultivation was indeed slightly higher than Gu Datong's. Wen Su of Bogus Sect? What is he doing? Could he be familiar with this person? Interesting. Things are getting more and more interesting. Blood Moon Sect and White Bone Temple are still in the Zhengyi Sword Sect's lair. They will definitely regret not taking the opportunity to come here. Sect Master, this person, Wu Guodong hesitated for a moment and finally told Zidonglai everything he knew about Ning Qi. The more Zidonglai listened, the more shocked he was. He did not care about the ghost cat's skull. Instead, Ning Qi's divine soul caught Zidonglai's attention. Are you sure that his divine soul is at least more than 4th grade? I'm absolutely sure. Wu Guodong nodded. Hearing this, Zidonglai had a plan in his mind. Do not tell anyone about this. Wu Guodong sighed in his heart. He knew that Zidonglai had already set his eyes on the boy's soul and he would not have a share. Elder One. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly as he cupped his hands towards Wen Su. Since Wen Su had stopped Gu Datong for him, it meant that Wen Su wouldn't turn a blind eye to this matter. Brat, not bad, really not bad. I have misjudged you. I did not expect that you would be able to break through to the initial stage of the Do Dan realm in just half a year. You won't blame me for not accepting you as my disciple back then, right? The more Wen Su looked at Ning Qi, the more satisfied he became. Of course not, Ning Qi said lightly. To be honest, if Wen Su really wanted to accept him as a disciple, Ning Qi would have to consider it. After all, he had no feelings for the bogus sect. It was merely a temporary residence he had chosen on the immortal martial continent. So this guy is a disciple of the bogus sect. How unexpected! Why would a disciple of the bogus sect appear in the forbidden grounds of the Ziwei sect? Could it be that the bogus sect has also secretly acted against the Ziwei sect? That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, why would the Ziwei sect's divine item disappear? When everyone thought of this, the way they looked at Wen Su and Ning Qi changed. Everyone knew that the bogus sect's sect leader had been seriously injured. During this period of time, the bogus sect had been in a difficult situation. However, from the looks of it, the bogus sect's sect leader had likely used the news of his injury to fool everyone's attention. He was secretly plotting to steal the Ziwei sect's divine item. It was no wonder that they would think this way. The biggest conflict between sects was the divine item. Usually, it was the other side that was thinking about them. Wen Su, did your bogus sect steal the Ziwei sect's divine item? Kong Sankai stepped forward and shouted coldly at Wen Su. Wen Su glanced at him and said with a faint smile, I don't know about the Ziwei sect's divine item. I heard that sect leader Kong had brought the Righteous Sword sect to the Ziwei sect to steal it. Out of curiosity, I rushed over to watch the show. This brat is an outer sect disciple of my bogus sect. Now that he has broken through to the initial stage of the Do Dan realm, I will not watch the show. I will take my leave first. After saying this, he prepared to leave with Ning Qi. His tone did not show the slightest bit of respect for Kong Sankai. If this was any other occasion, Wen Su would not have dared to act like this. However, he was confident that Kong Sankai would not dare to act rashly. Hence, he used such a tone to intimidate the others, allowing him to successfully take Ning Qi away. Steal by force? Wen Su's words immediately resonated with everyone in the Ziwei sect. Only Zi Donglai was looking at Wen Su suspiciously, as if trying to analyze the truth of his words. Kong Sansai's expression did not change, as if he did not understand the mockery in Wen Su's words. He said coldly, the Righteous Sword sect's divine item was stolen by the Ziwei sect. Now, there is not a single divine item in the Ziwei sect's forbidden land. Instead, it is a disciple of your bogus sect who has reached core formation here. Wen Su, do you think you can leave without giving an explanation? After a pause, he looked coldly at Ning Qi. Brat, where is the divine item? If you don't tell me, today is the day you reach core formation, but also the day you die. Are you crazy? Even you don't know where the divine item has gone. How would a mere cultivator who has just reached core formation know? Ning Qi looked at Kong Sankai without any guilt and rolled his eyes. What a guy! Are all the people of the bogus sect so arrogant? Although Kong Sankai is not in peak condition today, it will be easy for him to kill him. This brat has just reached core formation. He has not even condensed many laws, right? He really doesn't know what's good for him to say such arrogant words. Even if Wen Su is here, he will not be able to protect him. Not necessarily. Does Kong Sankai dare to attack? Have you all forgotten where this is? Someone said mockingly. When everyone heard that, they immediately looked at Zi Donglai. Realization dawned on them. Zi Donglai had been forced to surrender by Kong Sankai, but the situation was different now. If Kong Sankai attacked Wen Su and Zi Donglai, The Ziwei sect would definitely take advantage of the situation to join forces with Wensu and Zidonglai to attack the Righteous Sword sect again. If that was the case, even Kong Sankai would not be able to gain any advantage. The Blood Moon sect and the White Bone Temple were still wreaking havoc in the Righteous City and dividing the Righteous Sword sect's assets. As expected, Zidonglai laughed coldly and said to Kong Sankai, "Sect leader Kong, the divine item that you want is not in the Forbidden Land. This means that you were falsely accusing me previously. I have already ordered people to rush to the Purple Fire Glazed sect and ask them to come forward and seek justice for the Ziwei sect." Zidonglai, the disappearance of the divine item is related to this boy. The misunderstanding between us is very easy to resolve. As long as we capture this boy and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the divine item, not only will the Righteous Sword sect not take the Ziwei sect's divine item, but we will also give you half of the divine item that Elder Gu brought back from the Dragon God battlefield. What do you think? Kong Sankai said to Zidonglai. Chapter 956. Glaring at Ning Qi. If Zidonglai joined forces with Kong Sankai, Wensu would have to pay a huge price to bring Ning Qi away from the Ziwei sect today. Everyone's eyes stared intently at Zidonglai. Unexpectedly, Zidonglai sneered, "Kong Sankai, today, it was you who came to my purple microsect to snatch the divine object, not him. He is just a little fellow who had just broken through to the initial stage of the Dodan realm. How could he steal my purple microsect's divine object? After a Dharma artifact collects the divine item, it cannot be kept into the body. Do you see the aura of the divine item on him?" Everyone looked at Ning Qi and Wensu carefully. There was indeed no aura of the divine item on them. Their clothes were not very loose, and there was nowhere to hide even if they wanted to. Once Zidonglai expressed his stance, Kong Sankai knew that it was impossible to join forces with him. Since sect leader Z does not believe me, so be it. Then, Kong Sankai walked towards Ning Qi expressionlessly. "Wait, Kong Sankai, what do you want to do? Attack the Bogus sect in the Ziwei sect?" Zidonglai suddenly scolded. "What do you mean? You want to protect these two people?" Kong Sankai frowned slightly. "Kong Sankai, you have offended many people in the Zhengyi Sword sect. Your current cultivation is about 30% weaker than before, right? Do you believe that if I attack, they will join forces with me to deal with you? Don't forget that the Blood Moon sect and the White Bone Temple are in your Zhengyi city." Zidonglai looked at Kong Sankai mockingly and sent a voice transmission. Kong Sankai looked at Zidonglai coldly and suddenly turned to leave. Gu Datong was shocked when he saw this. Sect leader. He had thought that Kong Sankai would subdue Ning Qi on the spot. That way, not only would he be able to avenge Gong Qing and vent the anger in his heart, but he would also be able to interrogate her about what had happened in the forbidden land of the Ziwei sect and who had stolen the divine item. But Kong Sankai actually left on the spot. Why? Return to the Zhengyi Sword sect first. The divine item is indeed not with this child. Since there is no divine item here, there is no need to fight with Zidonglai for him. Don't forget that the Blood Moon sect and the White Bone Temple are still in our Zhengyi city. Kong Sansai's voice rang in the ears of Gu Datong and the other elders. Although Gu Datong was unwilling, he could only follow Kong Sankai obediently. This time, not only did the Zhengyi Sword sect not gain anything from fighting the Ziwei sect, but they also suffered great losses. Basically, both sides suffered great losses. After Kong Sankai and the others left, the elders of the other sects all expressed their hatred for the Righteous Sword sect and cursed them out loud. Then, they congratulated Wensu. "Elder Wen, your Bogu sect now has another initial stage Dodan realm expert. Moreover, he looks so young. Congratulations. Elder One, is this child your direct disciple? Your bogus sect is too good at keeping secret. Before this, I've never heard of this child. I originally thought it would be Lu Qianzhan's direct disciple, Lu Dongtao, who reached core formation first. Elder One, everyone continued to congratulate Ningqi. At the same time, they introduced themselves to Ningqi so that they would be familiar with each other in the future. However, that was all. They did not take Ningqi seriously. The initial stage Do Dan realm was also divided into countless levels. Those who had just entered the initial stage Do Dan realm had only condensed a few laws. Compared to those who had stayed in the initial stage Do Dan realm for 100 or 200 years, they were much weaker. In order to obtain the respect of other initial stage Do Dan realm experts, they had to at least condense 100 laws. Cough cough. Zidonglai cough. Only then did everyone react. They were in the Ziwei sect, and Zidonglai was the master of this place. Ningqi saw everyone's expression, and a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes. It was not that these people had forgotten about Zidonglai, but that they had deliberately ignored him. Why? Zidonglai was clearly an intermediate stage Do Dan realm expert, yet they dared to ignore him? It was because the Ziwei sect's divine object had disappeared. If Zidonglai was an ordinary wandering cultivator, it would have been fine. But he was the sect leader of the Ziwei sect. The divine item of the sect was gone, and he was heavily injured. The mines and businesses of the Ziwei sect would definitely be divided among the nearby sections. They were the elders of the nearby sections. They knew that it would not be long before they would personally divide up the Ziwei sect. Naturally, they were too embarrassed to get close to Zidonglai. The purple fire-glazed sect basically would not put a sect that had lost its divine object in their eyes. Naturally, they could not ask them to come forward to uphold justice. Sect leader Z, thank you for today. When Su smiled and cupped his hands at Zidonglai, Ningqi's gaze fell on Wu Guodong with a faint smile. Wu Guodong acted as if he had never seen Ningqi before and smiled faintly at Ningqi. His ability to maintain his composure was much better than Gu Datong's. You are welcome. May I know how sect leader Feng's injuries are? I happen to have 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old healing Lingji. If sect leader Feng needs them, you can just ask. Zidonglai smiled at Wen Su. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 1,000-year-old healing Lingji? There were hundreds of kinds of Lingji, but they all had healing effects. They were all at least 1,000 years old. Their value in the immortal martial continent was extraordinary. Zidonglai actually had 2 stalks? Moreover, he seemed to have the intention of sharing one with Bogu sect. How could everyone not be surprised? As such, Zidonglai's current injuries would recover in less than half a month. Their thoughts of dividing up the purple microsect had instantly weakened. Losing the divine object would only mean that the sect had declined. At least if Zidonglai was not seriously injured, no one would fight a middle-stage battle Dan realm to the death for some petty benefits. I'm afraid this guy is up to no good. Ningqi calmly glanced at Zidonglai. Although he did not deliberately size up Ningqi, Ningqi was not sure if Wu Guodong would tell Zidonglai about the matter. What? Then I will thank sect leader Z on behalf of sect leader. When Su's face revealed a trace of surprise. Then, he hesitated for a moment. Sect leader Z, I wonder if you're Lingji. How about this? I will make a trip to your Bogu sect. I have not seen sect leader Feng for many years. I will personally bring the Lingji over. Zidonglai smiled slightly. Looks like the purple microsect has chosen to form an alliance with Bogu sect. Everyone was enlightened. Alright. Thank you, sect leader Z. When Su was overjoyed, not only had Ningqi broken through to the early stage Battle Dan realm, but he had also unexpectedly found 1,000-year-old healing Lingji for sect leader. This was simply double happiness. As long as sect leader recovered from his injuries, he could settle the scores with Blood Moon sect, White Bone Temple, and Righteous Sword sect. At least, Righteous Sword sect could not even protect themselves now, and when Su did not mind Bogu sect adding insult to injury. As expected, he wants to go to Boga sect? Just to use the healing Lingji to form an alliance with Boga sect? Ning Qi was very calm. It was basically impossible for him to leave now. Not only was Zi Donglai and Wu Guodong watching him, but Wen Su would also not let him leave. In that case, he would return to Boga sect and act according to the circumstances. Chapter 957. Outside along the way, Ning Qi had been on guard against Zi Donglai's sudden attack. However, when they arrived at Boga sect, they did not do anything. This surprised Ning Qi. Zi Donglai's injuries are likely more serious than they appear. Ning Qi saw that Zi Donglai's face alternated between red and white. He should be healing. Sect leader Zi, I will bring you to see sect leader Feng. Beixian, help me receive the two elders. Wen Su smiled. Then, he brought Zi Donglai and flew towards the sect hall, leaving Wu Guodong, Wu Guosheng, and Ning Qi together. Elder Wu, how have you been? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wu Guosheng's face revealed a trace of surprise. Have we met before? No, I am talking about Elder Wu Guodong. Ning Qi smiled. Wu Guosheng looked at his younger brother and found that his expression was somewhat ugly. Wu Guodong coldly snorted. Little brother, no wonder you are not willing to accept me as your master. You already have the confidence to condense your Dan. Accept him as my master. Wu Guosheng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Ha! Ning Qi smiled and changed the topic. Elders, please follow me to the guest hall. Wu Guodong coldly snorted. Fine, I'll go. I really want to hear why you came to my purple microsect's forbidden area to break through to the Do Dan realm and disguised yourself as a disciple of the righteous sword sect. Elder Wu, did you not know that Gu Datong brought people to Boga sect to steal the divine item? Later, I went to the desolate ancient forest and he chased me all the way. I disguised myself and went to the righteous sword sect to cause trouble for revenge. Is this explanation reasonable? Ning Qi said with a smile as he led the two toward the mountain peak in the reception hall. I have heard of this. The righteous sword sect has indeed gone overboard. After failing to steal your divine item, they actually found an excuse to come to Ziwei sect, causing our divine item to be stolen during the chaos. How hateful! Wu Guosheng nodded and said. Wu Guodong's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. So simple? However, he believed 70 to 80% of it in his heart. As for Ning Qi being able to break through to the Do Dan realm so quickly, he attributed the credit to Ning Qi's divine soul. Thinking of this, greed appeared in Wu Guodong's eyes again. He stared at Ning Qi's back and hesitated. Should he knock him out and take him away? But what would happen next? For the time being, he did not have the means to seize other people's divine souls for his own use. If the sect master knew about this, he would definitely not let him go. Ning Qi could feel Wu Guodong staring at him. Wu Guodong clenched his fists, ready to make a move at any time. However, even when he reached the living room, Wu Guodong did not act rashly. In the distance, a pair of eyes stared at Ning Qi in shock. Why isn't he dead? Why didn't he die? Lu Dali muttered to himself. Ever since he sent the news of Ning Qi coming down the mountain to Gongqing, he hadn't heard any news of Ning Qi for more than half a year. He thought that Ning Qi had been killed by Gongqing and his body destroyed. But today, he suddenly saw Ning Qi talking and laughing with two people he had never seen before as they walked towards the guest hall. How could he not be surprised? Ning Qi had just stepped into the guest hall when he suddenly discovered that there were already more than 10 young men and women sitting inside. The person in the lead was Lu Dongtao. Lu Qing and the other two were actually there as well. Get out! Lu Dongtao did not recognize Ning Qi, so he frowned and berated him. Everyone glanced at Ning Qi in amusement. They originally thought that this outer sect disciple of the Boga sect would turn around and leave in fear after being berated by Lu Dongtao. They did not expect that not only did he not leave, but he even strode into the guest hall. Brother Lu, your Bogus Sect's outer sect disciple is really bold. He's not even afraid of you? I heard that you're the only inner sect disciple of the Bogus Sect? A young man revealed a heartless smile as he glanced at Ning Qi with schadenfreude. He looked at Lu Dongtao with a mocking smile. There was a faint aura of a law on his body. Clearly, he had condensed the power of a law and had reached the great circle of the 10th order of Qi refining. When Wu Guodong and Wu Guosheng heard Lu Dongtao's berating, they looked at each other and smiled as they stood at the door. They did not go in and join in the fun. When Lu Qing heard this young man's words, his expression did not look too good. The only inner sect disciple? Give me another 3 years and I'll definitely be able to condense the power of a law. Isn't this Ning Beixian? Lu Feng rubbed his eyes and said in surprise when he saw Ning Qi's appearance. Ning Beixian? Many people had a confused look on their faces. Who was Ning Beixian? It's you. Lu Dongtao was slightly stunned. He originally thought that Ning Qi would threaten his position in the Bogus Sect. After Ning Qi disappeared for half a year, he had long forgotten about Ning Qi. That was why he did not recognize Ning Qi immediately. However, so what if it was him? Lu Dongtao frowned. There are guests in the guest hall today. Don't barge in if you have nothing to do. Get out. Guests? Are these your guests? Ning Qi glanced at everyone with a faint smile. When these young men and women saw that Ning Qi's gaze was not polite, they immediately showed dissatisfaction. Lu Dongtao, do the outer sect disciples of the Bogus Sect not know any etiquette? It was the young man from before again. His tone was filled with mockery. Seeing this, Lu Qing said to Ning Qi, Junior brother Ning, don't be rude. Get out. I'm sorry, senior brothers. Elder Wen Su asked me to bring our esteemed guests to the guest hall. I'm afraid you should be the ones leaving. Ning Qi smiled. Lu Dongtao, if you don't do anything, I'll help you teach this guy a lesson. We've come all the way here. Is this how your Bogus Sect treats its guests? I've already said it. Why did we have to come to the Bogus Sect? Seeing that Ning Qi wanted to chase them away, how could these young men and women swallow their anger? They all revealed mocking expressions. Elder Wen Su's esteemed guests? What a joke. Why would you receive Elder Wen Su's esteemed guests? Who do you think you are? Lu Feng sneered. If the sect had an esteemed guest, it would not be an outer sect disciple like Ning Qi's turn to receive them. Since he would receive them, it probably wouldn't be that expensive. Lu Dongtao looked outside and saw 2 figures standing outside. His lips curled up slightly, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. These people did not even dare to step into the guest hall. How could they be Elder Wen Su's esteemed guests? Ning Beixian, everyone here is an inner sect disciple of a large sect. Why don't you call Elder Wen Su's esteemed guests in? Let us see how expensive they are. Lu Dongtao smiled. Elders, please come in. Ning Qi turned around and cupped his hands. Chapter 958. Get out. Chapter 958. Get out. Everyone's expression changed when they saw Wu Guodong and Wu Guosheng. The aura of these two seemed a little strange and their appearance seemed a little familiar. You two are? Lu Dongtao was stunned for a moment. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He stood up from his seat and cupped his hands towards the two of them. You are Wang Quan's personal disciple? You met me once 5 years ago. Don't you recognize me? Wu Guosheng smiled faintly. 5 years ago? Lu Dongtao's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence. He then asked in surprise, Are you Elder Wu of Purple Micro Sect? Elder of Purple Micro Sect? After his reminder, everyone immediately recognized the origin of the two of them. They quickly stood up from their chairs. At the same time, they felt strange. Why would Wen Su arrange for an outer sect disciple to receive these initial stage Dodan experts? That's me. Wu Guosheng nodded slightly. It turns out that Elder Wu has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you earlier. Please forgive me. Lu Dongtao quickly gave up his seat and invited Wu Guosheng to take a seat. However, when he found Wu Guodong looking at him with a faint smile, he was shocked. This person looked very similar to Wu Guosheng. Could it be another Elder Wu? Thinking of this, Lu Dongtao was even more shocked. Why would there suddenly be two initial stage Do Dan experts coming to Purple Microsect? May I ask if you are Elder Wu Guodong? Lu Dongtao carefully cupped his hands and asked. Yes. Wu Guodong nodded faintly. Junior greets the two elders. Everyone quickly cupped their hands and greeted. Why didn't you tell us that the two elders were here? Do you know that you have neglected the two of them? After Lu Dongtao arranged for the two of them to sit, he coldly scolded Ning Qi. The others did not know if they should leave the reception hall. They stood awkwardly on the spot. After hearing Lu Dongtao's words, they stared at Ning Qi with angry eyes. If he had told them directly, they would naturally not be as embarrassed as they were now. Lu Dongtao, since you know the identity of the two elders, why don't you bring your group of scoundrels out? What are you waiting here for? Ning Qi said faintly. Haha, this is fun. A hint of a smile flashed across the eyes of the young man who wanted to see the world in chaos. Lu Qing and the other two were slightly stunned. They did not expect Ning Qi to use this tone to speak to Lu Dongtao. Did he really think that he could go against Lu Dongtao just because he defeated Qingfeng of the Blood Moon sect half a year ago? Seeing that you're an outer disciple of my Bogu sect, I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. Now, immediately, scram. Lu Dongtao pointed at Ning Qi and said word by word. An existence at the initial stage of the Battle Dan realm would naturally be received by him. Although he did not know why when Su had asked Ning Qi to bring the two Elder Wu to the guest hall, he also did not want to know the reason behind it. There were not many opportunities to receive a Battle Dan realm expert. Naturally, he would not let it go. You want me to get out? Ning Qi looked at Lu Dongtao with a faint smile. Ning Beixian, do you not understand human language? Get out. Lu Feng berated. Do you have the right to speak here? Ning Qi looked at Lu Feng. When Lu Feng heard this, he instinctively glanced at Wu Guodong and immediately shut his mouth. However, the way he looked at Ning Qi was as angry as a volcano that was about to erupt. I've embarrassed myself in front of the two elders. Once I settle this matter, I will definitely receive the two elders well. Lu Dongtao cupped his hands and smiled at Wu Guodong, and then walked toward Ning Qi. At this moment, Wu Guosheng's voice suddenly sounded. It's Elder Wen Su. He asked him to receive the two of us. Lu Dongtao's body stiffened slightly. He turned around and laughed dryly. How can such a lowly outer sect disciple be qualified to receive the two of you? I am the only inner sect disciple of Bogu sect. Naturally, I should be the one to serve you. This way, others will not say that our Bogu sect is neglecting our esteemed guest. Brother Lu is right. Two elders, such an existence is not qualified to stay in the guest hall. Two elders, I am Zhou Geng, a disciple of the Broken Sword sect. My master once brought me to the Ziwei sect, and I saw the two elders from afar. Today, I can see the two elders again in Bogu sect. It must be fate. There were already people trying to get close to Wu Guodong and Lu Feng. Lu Dongtao's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. Seeing that Wu Guosheng was no longer speaking, he smiled in his heart. When he looked at Ning Qi, his expression became incomparably cold. He suddenly waved his hand and the air in front of him rippled. A scorching power of law directly flew towards Ning Qi. The power of law? Lu Dongtao is going to kill him? Lu Feng was slightly shocked. With his status, if he killed Ning Beixian half a year ago, it might be a little troublesome. This is because he made a great contribution to our Bogu sect at that time. But now that half a year has passed, basically no one remembers this matter. If he kills him, then so be it. Lu Qing's lips curled up slightly. You also have the law of fire. How about you try mine? Ning Qi smiled and also reached out his hand. Then, an incomparably majestic power of law directly shattered Lu Dongtao's law and bombarded his body. He screamed miserably and was sent flying, slamming heavily into the wall. Everyone was shocked to find that in just an instant, Lu Dongtao's clothes had already turned into ashes. His skin was like charcoal. He looked like a devil that had just crawled out of hell. How is this possible? Lu Dongtao's tenacious vitality allowed him to not faint immediately. However, his entire body was in unbearable pain. His strength seemed to have dissipated in an instant. He slumped to the ground and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Lu Qing and the others were so frightened that they took a step back. The others also looked at Ning Qi in fear, not knowing what had just happened. Lu Dongtao was defeated by this outer sect disciple? He comprehended the law of fire, but he was turned into charcoal by his opponent? What exactly is this kid's cultivation? Even I am on par with Lu Dongtao at most. If I was the one who attacked this kid just now, doesn't that mean I'll end up like Lu Dongtao? Why are you still here? Ning Qi looked at the crowd indifferently. After hesitating for a moment, the crowd didn't know what Ning Qi's current cultivation was. They didn't want to end up like Lu Dongtao, so they all walked out of the guest hall. Wait. Lu Feng happened to pass by Ning Qi and was stopped by him. His face immediately revealed a trace of anger. He thought that Ning Qi was going to attack him. Bring Lu Dongtao out. He's still breathing. I can't guarantee that he'll survive if we're too late. Ning Qi said indifferently. Chapter 959. Did I say something wrong? Ning Qi looked at Lu Dongtao indifferently. Are you trying to provoke me so that I can kill you? Lu Dongtao's eyes flashed with fear. He didn't dare to speak anymore and let Lu Feng carry him out of the guest hall. Little brother, although you have reached the early stage of the Battle Dan realm, Elder Wang Quan's cultivation is much higher than yours. You have injured his direct disciple, so you will not be able to stay in the Bogu sect. Why don't you come to the Ziwei sect? Wu Guodong, who had been silent all this while, smiled. This is the ending that Elder Wu wants to see the most, right? Ning Qi looked at Wu Guodong with a faint smile. He could have warned Lu Dongtao, but he didn't and allowed Lu Dongtao to anger Ning Qi. Wu Guodong had probably already seen this ending. Hee little brother, you must be joking. Wu Guodong smiled faintly. Brother Lu has become like this. Why aren't you guys going to ask his master for help? Zhou Geng glanced at Lu Dongtao gloatingly and said to Lu Qing and the others. Aside from these three, the others were not disciples of the Bogu sect, so they naturally chose to watch. Second junior brother, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Lu Qing signaled to Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded. He ignored the sect's rules and directly flew towards the mountain where Wang Quan was. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, take this healing pill first. Lu Qing took out a pill and handed it to Lu Dongtao. Lu Dongtao's blackened arm trembled as he took the pill and threw it into his mouth. Then, the hatred in his eyes didn't lessen. Instead, it became even more intense. I must kill Ning Beixian. A hoarse voice was squeezed out from Lu Dongtao's throat. When the girls saw the elegant Lu Dongtao in such a state, a trace of lingering fear flashed in their eyes. If it was them, they would not have any hope of surviving. Even if Lu Dongtao could cure such injuries, his skin would not be able to recover to its original state. Lu Qing, where did this Ning Beixian come from? How is he so strong? Everyone was waiting for Wang Quan to arrive anyway, so they asked Lu Qing about Ning Qi. Lu Qing frowned deeply. Senior brothers and sisters, I brought this child into the Bogu sect half a year ago and made him an outer disciple. At that time, he had only just entered the 10th level of Qi refining. Although his battle prowess is somewhat strong, there is no way he could be Senior Brother Lu's opponent. Half a year ago, you entered the 10th level of qi refining? He clearly erupted with even more terrifying power of laws than Lu Dongtao just now. Zhou Geng said in disbelief. However, he hasn't been in the bogus sect for more than half a year. It's as if he has disappeared. Lu Qing continued. Oh! Everyone came to a sudden realization. He must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter in the past 6 months. TSK, including him, your bogus sect has 2 inner court disciples. However, with Lu Dongtao's current appearance, Elder Wang Quan will not let him off so easily, right? Zhou Geng said with a gloating smile. I'm afraid so. Lu Qing and Lu Yanran glanced at each other and nodded slowly. Wang Quan was the most protective, and everyone in bogus sect knew that. If he saw Lu Dongtao in such a state, he would definitely be enraged. So what if Ning Qi had comprehended the power of law? Elder Wen Su and their master, Lu Qianzhan, would not risk offending Elder Wang Quan just to protect Ning Beixian. Ning Beixuan's outcome was obvious. I'm going to skin him alive. Lu Dongtao roared hoarsely as he healed his injuries. Not long after, Wang Quan arrived with Lu Feng, together with Lu Qianzhan. Master! Elder Wang! Lu Qing and the others cupped their fists. Junior greets the 2 elders. Zhou Geng and the others also quickly cupped their fists. Master! You must avenge me! Seeing that Wang Quan had finally arrived, tears of blood flowed from Lu Dongtao's eyes. Although Wang Quan and Lu Qianzhan had heard Lu Feng's description, they were still stunned when they saw Lu Dongtao in this state. Lu Qianzhan was still fine. Lu Dongtao was not his direct disciple, thus he did not have any feelings for him. He was only surprised when he saw Ning Qi's face. As for Wang Quan, he was instantly enraged, but his expression remained calm. He walked up to Lu Dongtao without saying a word and held a stalk of Lingji in his hand. This is a healing Lingji, at least 300 years old. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy when they saw this. Having such a healing Ganoderma was equivalent to having a second life. Even some fatal injuries could be greatly alleviated. Elder Lu, please lend us a hand. Wang Quan cupped his fists at Lu Qianzhan. It's nothing. Lu Qianzhan smiled slightly. A vigorous aura of the power of laws emanated from his body and instantly enveloped Lu Dongtao. Lu Dongtao's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye under the dual healing Lingji and the power of the law of wood. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Dongtao's charred skin gradually fell to the ground, revealing new skin. At first glance, it looked no different from before. In fact, it was even more translucent. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Dongtao's skin still had traces of being burned. This is the power of laws. Lu Qing, Zhou Geng, and the others were envious. If they were the ones treating Lu Dongtao's injuries, they would at most be able to preserve his life and leave a body of scars. However, under the nourishment of the law of wood, Lu Dongtao's injuries had recovered by 80 to 90%. They once again felt the power of laws. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Elder Lu. Lu Dongtao took the clothes Lu Qing handed to him and draped them over his body. He stood up and cupped his fists at the 2. He was satisfied to be able to recover to this state. As for Ning Qi, Lu Dongtao glared coldly in the direction of the guest hall. If I, Lu Dongtao, don't tear your bones apart and pull out your tendons, I'll write my name backwards. Let's go. I'd like to see what kind of bear's heart and leopard's guts Ning Beixian has eaten to dare to do such a thing to you. Wang Quan snorted coldly and led the group to the guest hall. Inside the guest hall. Oh, they're here. Little brother, what do you think? Wu Guodong and Lu Qianzhan had already sensed Wang Quan and Lu Qianzhan's arrival. At this moment, Wu Guodong was looking at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Elder Wu, there's no need to say any more. I believe that Elder Wang is not a person who can't tell right from wrong. Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'm not a person who can't tell right from wrong? Wang Quan led the group into the guest hall. He didn't even look at Wu Guodong and Lu Qianzhan. His eyes fell directly on Ning Qi with an expressionless face. Chapter 960. A sudden attack. You are right. I am not a person who can't tell right from wrong. However, this statement alone is not enough to save you. According to the sect rules, you can be spared from the death penalty, but you cannot escape punishment. Your cultivation will be crippled and you will be expelled from the sect. Are you willing to accept this? Wang Quan looked at Ning Qi indifferently and said, Crippled? If I did, Lu Dongtao would already be dead. How could he still be standing here alive and kicking? Ning Qi smiled and said, Looks like I was wrong. Elder Wang really can't tell right from wrong. Lu Dongtao was instantly enraged. If it wasn't for the lingering fear in his heart, he would have attacked again. Lu Qing and the rest were shocked when they saw Ning Qi's audacity. He did not even care about an early-stage battle Dan expert. How dare you? Lu Qianzhan frowned and looked at Ning Qi coldly as he scolded. Ning Qi glanced at Lu Qianzhan and continued to smile at Wang Quan. However, even if Elder Wang can't tell right from wrong, I'm afraid you are not qualified to cripple my cultivation. I don't have the right? Wang Quan felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ning Beixian, don't think that you can disrespect your elders in the bogus sect just because you have comprehended the power of law. Kneel down and apologize to Elder Wang. We can discuss this later. Lu Qianzhan frowned and said, to be able to beat Lu Dongtao into such a miserable state, it meant that Ning Qi had at least condensed the power of law. In addition to his extraordinary combat strength, it was normal that Lu Dongtao was no match for him. The only thing that puzzled Lu Qianzhan was what kind of fortuitous encounter this kid had, to be able to comprehend the power of law in just half a year? Back then, he, Wen Su, and Wang Quan had personally investigated Ning Qi's aptitude and concluded that he had no chance of comprehending the power of law. Otherwise, with his combat strength, even if Wen Su and Wang Quan did not like him, Lu Qianzhan would still take him in as a disciple. Lu Qianzhan wants to protect this kid? Wang Quan glanced at Lu Qianzhan with a frown. He could roughly guess Lu Qianzhan's thoughts. It was most likely that Lu Qianzhan was thinking of recruiting Ning Beixian after seeing that even Lu Dongtao was no match for him. What did I do wrong? Ning Qi smiled. Lu Qianzhan frowned deeply upon hearing this. He was about to speak when Wang Quan spoke first. He looked at Ning Qi and calmly said, You said that I'm not qualified. What do you mean by that? Why don't I explain on behalf of little brother? Wu Guodong watched for a long time before he walked over with a smile. Wang Quan sneered. Elder Wu is explaining for this kid? Seeing Wang Quan's bad attitude, Wu Guodong did not mind. Wang Quan must be holding a grudge against them for not helping Lu Dongtao earlier. May I know what Elder Wu means? Lu Qianzhan could tell that there was a deeper meaning in Wu Guodong's words, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Can't all of you see that little brother has already condensed his Do Dan? Just like you and me, he is also a Do Dan initial stage expert. Such an existence would be an elder in any sect, and your bogus sect is no exception. Therefore, what he said is correct. Elder Wang Quan, you really do not have the right to punish him. Wu Guodong smiled. As soon as he said this, everyone present gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. He condensed his Do Dan? Do Dan initial stage. How is this possible? In the beginning, when Ning Qi defeated Lu Dongtao, it had already shocked Lu Qing and the others. They thought that Ning Qi had condensed a law. Now, however, Wu Guodong had actually said that Ning Qi was a Do Dan initial stage expert, which was the same status and realm as their master. This caused them to be shocked. Impossible, it is impossible for him to break through to the Do Dan realm. Lu Dongtao stared at Ning Qi as he muttered to himself. Do Dan initial stage? Wang Quan's expression slightly changed. After carefully looking at Ning Qi, his expression gradually became gloomy, and a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Have you really broken through to the Doudan initial stage? Lu Qianzhan looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment and could not help but ask. Yes. Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile. Don't the two of you believe me? He broke through in front of so many people. Your sect's elder Wen Su also saw it with his own eyes. When he comes over, the two of you can go and ask him. Wu Guoxing also walked over and said with a smile. Hearing what Wu Guoxing said, Wang Quan and Lu Qianzhan knew that what they said was probably true. Ning Qi was indeed an existence at the Doudan initial stage. No wonder he could defeat Lu Dongtao so easily. No wonder the two of them felt that there was something wrong with the aura on Ning Qi's body. So this was the reason. A stern expression flashed across Wang Quan's eyes. If this boy is really an existence at the Doudan initial stage, I will indeed not be able to take action against him. However, if I do not take revenge for this, how will others look at me in the future? Even when my direct disciple was humiliated, I do not dare to stand up for him. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Wang Quan's eyes gradually became denser. The other party had just entered the Doudan initial stage and was definitely not a match for him. As long as he killed the other party on the spot, could it be that Wen Su would use this matter to start a war with him? He is going to make a move. Ning Qi clenched his fist and squinted his eyes. He was not very afraid of Wang Quan in his heart. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a veteran Doudan initial stage expert like Wang Quan. This boy cannot die now. Wu Guodong's face turned cold. He took a step forward and stood between Ning Qi and Wang Quan. Lu Qianzhan seemed to have sensed Wang Quan's thoughts and hurriedly transmitted a message. Elder Wang, if this boy is really in existence at the Doudan initial stage, I am afraid that you will be punished by the sect leader if you rashly kill him. Lu Dongtao's injuries have already recovered by 70 to 80%. There is no need to make such a big fuss over such a small matter. Haha, I did not expect that you would be able to break through to the Doudan realm after being away for half a year. This is really a cause for celebration. Elder Lu, Elder Wen and I have all misjudged you. Wang Quan suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Dongtao's face was incomparably ugly. It was obvious that because Ning Qi had suddenly transformed into an expert at the Doudan initial stage, his master did not intend to become enemies with Ning Qi because of him. However, after that, when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, Wang Quan made his move. Die. The killing intent in Wang Quan's eyes instantly became denser by more than 10 times. A majestic power of law swept out from his body and directly bombarded Ning Qi's body. Even though Ning Qi had made sufficient preparations by instantly reversing his origin and transforming into the world devastator Immortal Tribe's bloodline true body, he was still blasted out of the guest hall and heavily smashed onto the ground. Wang Quan, you! Wu Guodong's eyes were filled with shock and anger. Wu Guoxing, who had been watching from the side, realized that Wu Guodong's attitude towards Ning Qi was really strange. Elder Wang, you are muddle-headed. Lu Qianzhan sighed. Thank you, Master, for avenging this disciple. Lu Dongtao was pleasantly surprised as he hurriedly bowed. Lu Qing and the others finally reacted and looked at Wang Quan in horror. After which, they were gloating in their hearts. Ning Qi had just become an expert at the Doudan initial stage, but he had fallen just like that. This was really what he deserved. A senior at the Doudan initial stage is so strong. Ning Qi rubbed his chest and stood up from the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless shocked gazes fell on Ning Qi from the guest hall. Chapter 961. Goods, this kid didn't die? Wang Quan's face revealed a trace of disbelief. He was a Doudan expert who had condensed more than 700 Dao laws. Even among the early-stage Doudan experts in the immortal martial continent, he could be ranked above average. If he were to use his full strength, experts like Wen Su and Mo Tian would be injured if they were not careful. However, Ning Qi, a rookie who had just stepped into the initial stage of the Do Dan realm, was actually able to stand up under his full force attack? Isn't such a physical body a little too terrifying? What kind of outer sect cultivation method did he cultivate? How could his physical body be so terrifying? Lu Qianzhan's eyes flashed with astonishment. In the next moment, he and Wu Guodong moved at the same time and appeared beside Ning Qi. It was almost impossible for Wang Quan to attack again. Did Master show mercy? What a pity that I didn't kill him. Lu Dongtao believed that Wang Quan had not used his full strength. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. If Ning Qi did not die today, his position in the Bogu sect would become a joke. The only inner disciple? Qi back then, this outer sect disciple had advanced to the initial stage of the Do Dan realm within a short half a year. He had even seriously injured him, the first senior of the Bogu sect. After today, Ning Qi's reputation in the Bogu sect would definitely far surpass him. It was likely that he would have to address Ning Qi respectfully as Elder Ning when he saw him in the future. Humph. Wang Quan's expression was somewhat ugly. Wu Guodong and Lu Qianzhan were clearly trying to protect Ning Qi. If he continued to force his way through, he would not be able to kill Ning Qi in a short time. Once Wen Su arrived, he would be forced into a passive position. Hey, someone's coming. Yes, Sovereign. Everyone looked up and saw 3 figures flying over from the horizon, slowly landing in front of them. 2 of them were Zi Donglai and Wen Su. Ning Qi had never seen the other person before, but he was most likely the sect master of Bogu sect, Feng Bujin, who had been recuperating in seclusion. Zi Donglai's face was slightly red. Seeing this, Wu Guodong and Ling Xian knew that he must have consumed a 1,000-year healing Lingji. After the 3 of them landed, their gazes all fell on Ning Qi. I heard from Elder Wen Su that you just entered my Bogu sect half a year ago and made a great contribution to our sect? Feng Bujin looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Disciple greets Sect Master Feng. Ning Qi cupped his hands in greeting, but did not answer Feng Bujin's question. Greetings, Sect Leader. Everyone cupped their hands in greeting. Sect Master, this kid has no respect for his elders and is extremely ruthless towards his fellow disciples. He almost killed my direct disciple, Lu Dongtao, on the spot. According to the sect rules, he must be punished with his cultivation crippled and expelled from the sect. Wang Quan stepped forward and cupped his fists. Anticipation filled Lu Dongtao's eyes once again. If Feng Bujin nodded, Ning Qi's fate today would be the one he wanted to see the most. Lu Qing and the others were also a little nervous. Honestly speaking, although they were the ones who had brought Ning Qi back to the Bogu sect, Lu Qing and the other 2 had deliberately neglected Ning Qi because Lu Qianzhan did not think highly of Ning Qi. In the end, Ning Qi had actually appeared in the Bogu sect with his initial stage Do Dan realm cultivation. This caused them to feel extremely unbalanced in their hearts. One Lu Dongtao is enough for the Bogu sect. Lu Qing thought to himself, but his face was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking at the moment. Your disciple? Feng Bujin swept a glance at Lu Dongtao as a trace of displeasure flashed across his eyes. Isn't he fine? Wang Quan choked on his words. Your name is Ning Beixian, right? In just half a year, you've reached the initial stage Do Dan realm from the initial stage Do Qi refining realm. From what I know, even the geniuses of the 7 sects cannot cultivate as fast as you. What kind of fortuitous encounter did you have? Feng Bujin looked at Ning Qi and said with a faint smile. Sect leader's attitude is a little strange. Could it be? Wang Quan's expression immediately darkened. Lu Qianzhan and Wen Su also felt Feng Bujin's thoughts. Their expressions slightly changed, especially Wen Su, who let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Sect leader's love for talent has awakened. If I had known earlier, I would have taken him in as my subordinate. No fortuitous encounter. Ning Qi indifferently shook his head. He would not admit that he had devoured 3 divine items. No fortuitous encounter? How about this? Sect leader Z said that he likes you a lot and intends to take you in as his direct disciple. Kneel down and kowtow to him. Feng Bujin smiled and said a sentence that shocked everyone. Sect leader? Wen Su and Lu Qianzhan's expressions froze. Lu Qing and the others were also a little surprised. No matter what, Ning Qi was still an early-stage battle dan expert. How could he just give him to Ziwei sect? Zi Donglai looked at Ning Qi with a smile. From an outsider's point of view, there was nothing wrong with his eyes. It was like a craftsman seeing a piece of unpolished jade. But from Ning Qi's point of view, Zi Donglai's eyes were the same as Wu Guodong's. Taking him in as a disciple was just a pretense. His real purpose was not that simple. Sect leader, I think you have misunderstood. I already have a master, so I will not take anyone else as my master. Ning Qi smiled faintly and refused. Already have a master? Zi Donglai's expression slightly changed. Feng Bujin frowned and said, Who is your master? Is he also an expert from Sisui Prefecture? Which sect's elder? My master's background is mysterious. When I was 7 or 8 years old, I was taken in as a disciple by him. After teaching me for a few years, my master left to travel around. Ning Qi said indifferently. A rogue cultivator? A trace of hesitation flashed through Feng Bujin's eyes. If the other party's master was a rogue cultivator, then it would be troublesome. He didn't know the other party's strength, and if he accidentally offended him, there might be some trouble in the future. But he had consumed Zi Donglai's 1,000-year healing spirit mushroom. His injuries that would have taken him decades to recover had healed 70 to 80% in just half a day. This was a huge favor. Not to mention a kid who had just entered the early Battle Dan realm. He would even be willing to give Lu Qianzhan to the purple microsect. Feeling Zi Donglai's gaze, Feng Bujin said indifferently, There are countless people in the immortal martial continent who have 2 or even 3 masters. This is not a reason for you to reject me. Since you are an outer sect disciple of my Bogu sect, you must listen to my orders. Kneel down and kowtow to sect leader Z as your master. This is your chance, don't waste it. Lu Qing and the others all revealed looks of jealousy. Why didn't Zi Donglai choose them? If it was them, they would have already kneeled down and kowtowed in joy. How could they be as unwilling as Ning Qi? Feng Bujin must have treated me as a commodity and sold me to Zi Donglai. The price he used to buy me should be that 1,000-year healing spirit mushroom. Ning Qi's eyes gradually turned cold as he calculated his chances of escaping from the Bogu sect. Less than 10%, then he could only feign civility and follow Zi Donglai back to the purple microsect? No, he was afraid that his situation would be even more dangerous. Still not kneeling? Chapter 962. Jingang Temple Jing'ang Temple the Guest House. Ever since Han Ge found out that Ning Qi also had a passageway to travel between the immortal martial continent and the Ling Wu continent, she had been thinking about this matter. Finally, she decided to discuss it with the little monk. In her heart, the little monk's way of thinking had always been very unique. Compared to that fellow Qing Di, she was more willing to share her own cultivation insights with the little monk. Not long after, a young monk, who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, slowly walked into the guest house. Many middle-aged monks saw this and put their palms together in salute to the young monk. Then, they quietly left the guest house. Han Ge, why did you come to see me? The little monk asked curiously. Han Ge smiled. There's something I need to tell you. I'm all ears. The little monk smiled. Han Ge then told him about her encounter with the righteous sword sex Gu Datong and how she found out that Ning Qi was also in the immortal martial continent. Then, she quietly looked at the little monk, waiting for his reaction. This little monk was the master of the Bodhi Holy Land, who was equally famous as her in the Lingwu continent. But in the immortal martial continent, he was just an ordinary outer sect elder of the Jingang Temple. Han Gu, do you remember that a few monks from the Bodhi sacred land kidnapped Ning Beishuan's disciples and turned them into stone statues by the power of laws? The modern world Buddha emperor quietly listened to Han Ji's story and said, I remember. Han Gu nodded. It was also from then on that she was a little more afraid of the war god temple. Until now I have not been able to restore them. I even brought a stone statue to the Jingang temple and asked the abbot to examine it personally. The modern world Buddha emperor slowly said. Abbot? Han Gu was slightly surprised. The abbot of the Jingang temple was a peak late-stage battle Dan expert. In the immortal martial continent, there were less than 100 of such existences. And then? Han Gu asked curiously. The abbot said that it was just an ordinary stone statue. The modern world Buddha emperor smiled bitterly. Ordinary stone statue? Doesn't that mean that even the abbot of the Jingang temple could not see through the other party's methods? Could he be an eternal stage almighty? Han Gu said in shock. I also had such a guess, but the number of eternal realm powerhouses in the immortal martial continent can be counted with 2 hands, so it's unlikely that it's one of them, the Buddha Dharch said in a low voice. In other words, that expert isn't from the immortal martial continent. But how could such an expert appear in the Lingwu continent? Have you forgotten that there are countless continental fragments? What we are seeing now is only a corner of the 3,000 worlds. The present world Buddha Dharch smiled. You're saying that they came from another continent fragment? Han Gu was slightly startled. That's possible. Let's go. The Buddha Dharch of the modern world turned around and walked out. Where to? Go to the Righteous Sword sect and ask them where Ning Beishian is. In the Lingwu continent, we didn't have the chance to see him. Now is the perfect time to befriend him. Don't you want to know how strong the existence behind him is? Of course I do. Han Ji's eyes flickered slightly, and he hurriedly followed. Not long after, they arrived at the Righteous Sword sect. At the moment, the Righteous Sword sect looked like it was the end of the world after the Blood Moon sect and the White Bone Temple's rampage. Kong Sansai's expression was extremely ugly. The sect's divine item had disappeared, and someone had taken advantage of the situation to take away at least 70% of the sect's cultivation resources. If not for the fact that his cultivation had dropped by about 30%, he would have killed his way to the Blood Moon sect and the White Bone Temple long ago to seek justice. Someone else is here. Gu Datong, who was standing beside Kong Sankai, suddenly looked up with a livid expression. When they saw who it was, they were slightly shocked. The outer sect elders of the Myriad sect and the outer sect elders of the Diamond Temple? Why have these 2 great sects come together? Kong Sankai recognized the Buddha Dharch and Han Gu immediately. He hurriedly went forward and cupped his fist. I am Kong Sankai. Greetings, elders. Even though he was a middle-stage Dodan realm expert, he could only be considered a third-rate character within the middle-stage Dodan realm. The other party was an outer sect elder from one of the 7 major sections. His status was much higher than his. Naturally, he was worthy of such respect. Sect leader Kong, Elder Gu. The Buddha Dharch and Han Gu smiled and nodded at the 2 of them. May I know why the 2 elders are here? Something embarrassing happened in my sect recently, and I hope the 2 of you will not laugh at it. Kong Sankai smiled. It's like this, Elder Gu. The guy you chased that day, which sect is he from? Han Gu looked at Gu Datong and asked. You mean, Ning Beishian? Gu Datong was slightly stunned. Why was Han Gu asking this? Could it be? He suddenly recalled the strange expression on Han Ji's face when he saw Ning Beishuan's portrait, and his heart instantly became heavy. Yes, that's him. Han Gu and the Buddha Dharch looked at each other and smiled. Even their names matched. May I know who the two of you are looking for? Gu Datong wanted to ask more questions, but he realized that the Buddha Dharch was looking at him with a faint smile. He quickly reacted and laughed dryly. He is an outer sect disciple of Bogu sect. He has already broken through to the early stage Battle Dan realm a few days ago. I'm afraid it won't be long before he is promoted to an elder of Bogu sect. Bogu sect? Early stage Battle Dan realm? The two's expressions became serious, and then they bid farewell to Kong Sankai and the others. After they left, Kong Sankai fell into silence. After a while, he said, "That guy is able to make two outer sect elders from the 7 great sects come together. I'm afraid his background is not simple. He had previously disguised himself as a disciple of Arjing Sword sect. The disappearance of the divine item in the Forbidden Land might have something to do with him. Elder Gu, go to Bogu sect and report back immediately if there is any news." "Sect Master, are you saying that he stole Arjing Sword sect's divine item?" Gu Datong asked angrily. "There is no evidence. Go and observe in secret first." Kong Sankai said indifferently. "Yes. Bogu sect." Everyone stared at the two figures flying over from the horizon with a serious look on their faces. When they clearly saw who it was, they were immediately shocked. The outer sect elders of the Wanxiang sect and the outer sect elders of the Diamond Temple? Zidonglai's eyes flashed with surprise. Feng Bujin quickly went forward and bowed. "Elder Han Ge, Elder Hui Jing, I didn't know that you were coming. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Who are these two fellows?" Looking at their aura, they seemed to be early-stage Battle Dan experts. "Why is Sect Master so respectful?" Lu Qing and the others revealed puzzled expressions. "Sect Master Feng, long time no see." Chapter 963. Chapter 963. Help Feng Bujin smiled bitterly and said, "Elder Han Ge has good eyesight. Some time ago I was fighting with someone and suffered some injuries. Thankfully, Sect Master Z gave me a 1,000-year-old healing Lingji mushroom, and my injuries were only 70 to 80% healed." After a pause, Feng Bujin asked again, "May I know why the two of you are here?" Han Ge and the Buddha Emperor looked at Ning Qi at the same time. "We are here for him." "What? For Ning Beixian?" A look of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. Zidonglai's expression instantly became ugly as he stared at Ning Qi and Han Ge in confusion. Ning Qi was a little surprised, but he remained calm and collected. He only looked at Han Ge and the Buddha Dharch. "Faction Leader Beixian, I am the leader of the Frost Song Sacred Land." "Faction Leader Beixian, I am the leader of the Bodhi Sacred Land." "Frost Song Sacred Land, Bodhi Sacred Land?" Ning Qi frowned. Did their faction also have an Emperor's Door that allowed them to enter and exit the Xianwu continent and Linwu continent at will? Ning Qi calmed down. From the tone of the two, they did not seem to have any ill intentions. At least, they seemed friendlier than Feng Bujin and the others. "Elders, did he offend the two of you? If so, even if he is a disciple of Bogu faction, I will not protect him," Feng Bujin said quickly. Ning Qi snorted. Feng Bujin had already been blacklisted, just like Gu Datong, Wang Quan, and the others. "Offend? Faction leader Feng, you have misunderstood." Han Ge smiled faintly. The Buddha Emperor said to Ning Qi, "Faction leader Beixian, are they trying to make things difficult for you? You can tell me about it. My and Han Ji's reputation should be of some use here." Ning Qi was taken aback and quickly explained the situation. The Buddha Emperor nodded and said, "Don't worry. He will not make things difficult for you today." Ning Qi was confused. The Mahasvara Buddha of the Bodhi Sacred Land was turned into a stone statue by Little Sick. Not only did the Buddha Emperor not care about it, he even wanted to help him? Misunderstanding? What is that? Feng Bujin was confused. No matter how he thought about it, He couldn't understand how a cultivator who had just entered the 10th level of qi refining half a year ago could be related to the outer sect elders of the 7 major sections. Just as Han Gu was about to speak, she heard the modern world Buddha, Thearka's voice transmission. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light as she looked at Feng Bujin and Zidong with a cold gaze. Brother Ning is the direct disciple of a senior. Today, the two of us have come under the orders of this senior to bring Brother Ning to see him. Sect Master Feng, Sect Master Z, we will meet again. Han Gu said calmly. What? Everyone's expression changed. To be able to order the outer sect elders of the 7 major sects to come and pick someone up, the senior they mentioned must be at least in the middle stage of the Battle Dan realm. Also, he must have a high status in the 7 major sections. Could it be that the senior he mentioned was not a rogue cultivator but an expert from the 7 major sects? Zidong Lai's face was pale. After the battle between the Ziwei sect and the Zheng Yi sword sect, not only did the divine item disappear, many of his disciples died, and even he was seriously injured. Later on, he received a hint from Wu Guodong and learned that Ning Qi's spiritual soul was of a very high level. Thus, he set his sights on Ning Qi and did not hesitate to use a 1,000-year-old healing Ganoderma to reach an agreement with Feng Bujin. Now, the other party wanted to take Ning Qi away? Zidong Lai's blood rushed to his head, and he almost vomited blood. May I know the name of that senior? Feng Bujin glanced at Ning Qi and asked the two carefully. Sect Master Feng, I'm afraid you are not qualified to know the name of that senior. Han Gu sneered. Not qualified? Not only was Feng Bujin not angry, but he also felt a little uneasy. Since the other party had said so, that senior was probably not in existence in the middle stage of the Battle Dan realm. At the very least, he was at the late stage of the Battle Dan realm. Such an existence could destroy the Bogu sect with one hand. How could his background be so terrifying? Impossible, impossible. Lu Dongtao stood behind Wang Quan and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. A trace of blood immediately flowed out and dripped onto the ground, but Lu Dongtao did not notice it at all. He only knew that it would be very difficult for him to take revenge. No wonder his external cultivation is so powerful. If his master is someone that even the outer sect elders of the 7 major sects have to address as senior, then it would not be surprising. When Su's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding, then he felt some regret. If he had accepted Ning Qi as his disciple, at least he would have a trace of kinship with Ning Qi's true master. Senior is still waiting for us to return. We won't stay any longer today. Brother Ning, let's go. The modern world Buddha Emperor smiled and put his palms together. Ning Qi nodded lightly. There was nothing in the Bogu sect that was worth remembering. However, just as he was about to leave with Han Gu and the modern world Buddha Emperor, he suddenly remembered something. Gong Qing had personally said that his whereabouts had been leaked by an outer sect disciple of the Bogu sect. Ning Qi did not even need to think to know who that outer sect disciple was. Elder One, our Bogu sect has an outer sect disciple who might be colluding with the Righteous Sword sect. His name is Lu Dali. Elder One, please order someone to bring him here. I want to ask him personally. Ning Qi smiled. What? A trace of anger flashed in Wen Su's eyes. He did not ask any further and directly glanced at Lu Qianzhan. Lu Qianzhan nodded and gestured for Lu Qing to bring the person Ning Qi mentioned. If this matter was true, they would have to deal with it seriously. Lu Dali was brought to the guest hall by Lu Qing with a confused look on his face. When he saw Ning Qi looking at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile, his expression changed drastically. Everyone had already made up their minds when they saw his expression. He would not have looked so shocked if he did not have a guilty conscience. Were you the one who passed the news to Gong Qing when I left the mountain? Ning Qi looked at Lu Dali and smiled. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Dali hurriedly waved his hands. You don't want to admit it? Is it because you lost a bet with me and are holding a grudge? Ning Qi smiled. Ning Beixian, don't slander me. I might not be your match, but you can't insult me for no reason. Lu Dali said angrily. Impossible, how could he know that I was the one who passed the news? Senior brother Gong Qing said that he would never betray me. If Lu Dali knew that Gong Qing had betrayed him when he saw Ning Qi, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. Sect Master, you have to stand up for me. I have been in the bogus sect for more than 40 years and have always been loyal. This kid has only been in the sect for slightly more than half a year. He bore a grudge against me, so he framed me. Chapter 964. Return to the War God Temple. Feng Bujin's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently, his words make sense. If you don't have any proof, please leave. My bogus sect will investigate this matter ourselves. You want to disgust me before you leave? Ning Qi smiled. He could tell that Feng Bujin was the same as the rest. He had noticed Lu Dali's strange expression at first glance. It was just that the only reason he was acting like this was to disgust Feng Bujin. After all, he didn't listen to Zidong Lai's order to become his master. This would definitely create a rift in Feng Bujin's heart. If you want to disgust me, I'll disgust you. Ning Qi laughed and walked directly toward Lu Dali. What are you doing? Sect leader. Sect leader. Lu Dali's eyes revealed a hint of panic. Feng Bujin frowned as he looked at Ning Qi. He then looked at Han Gu and the Buddha Dart. In the end, he did not make a move. He wanted to see what Ning Qi was up to. After drinking half a bottle of truth serum, Lu Dali told Feng Bujin about how he had colluded with Gong Qing with a sluggish expression. Feng Bujin's expression was extremely unsightly. This guy is so bold. He actually dared to collude with the righteous sword sect. Even if he doesn't die now, he won't be able to keep his cultivation. Lu Qing and the others looked at Lu Dali mockingly. Elder One, we'll meet again. Ning Qi saluted Wensu and turned to leave. Wensu was stunned for a moment, and then nodded to Ning Qi with a smile. See you later. Zidong Lai watched as the three of them left. A dry smile appeared on his face as he turned to Feng Bujin and said, Sect Leader Feng, I've already given you the 1,000-year healing spirit mushroom. Where is the thing I want? Sect Leader Z, I will consider this matter in detail, and I will compensate you with a spirit material equal to the 1,000-year healing Lingji. Feng Bujin sighed and said, I hope so. Zidong Lai said with an ugly expression. Desolate ancient forest. Thank you for your help this time. How did you know I was in the bogus sect? Ning Qi cupped his hands and thanked them. When Gu Datong was chasing you, I saw your portrait in his hands. Han Gu smiled. If not for that, the two of us would not have known that Sect Master Ning was in the immortal martial continent. The present world Buddha Dharch smiled. Buddha Dharch, aren't you angry that the great limitless Buddha became a stone statue? Ning Qi went straight to the point. He wanted to find out what the two of them wanted. At least he survived, didn't he? In the immortal martial continent, if a 10th-ranked Qi refinement cultivator offended a Do Dan expert, the only outcome would be death. The senior behind you has already shown mercy. The modern world Buddha Dharch put his palms together and smiled. The Buddha Dharch is truly broad-minded, completely different from the Azure Dharch. Right, since the two of you can appear in the immortal martial continent, is the Azure Dharch the same as the two of you? Ning Qi asked curiously. Han Gu and the modern world Buddha Emperor looked at each other and nodded with a smile. The modern world Buddha Emperor said, He is the outer sect elder of the mysterious Heaven Sword sect. Mysterious Heaven Sword sect. Ning Qi's gaze moved slightly. Sect Master Ning, what are your plans now? Han Gu smiled. I plan to make a trip back to the Lingwu continent. I've been out for a long time this time. Ning Qi laughed. In that case, the two of us will not disturb Sect Master Ning. The Buddha Dharch of the present realm prepared to bid farewell and leave. Seeing this, Ning Chi smiled and said, "Then we shall meet again. If the two of you return to the Ling Wu mainland, feel free to visit my war god temple." When the Buddha Dharch and Han Gu heard this, their eyes flashed with joy. They had done so much just to befriend Ning Chi. Now that Ning Chi had invited them to his house as guests, they might be able to meet the being behind Ning Chi the next time. Sect Master Ning, it's settled then. After the two of us return to the Lingwu mainland, we will definitely pay you a visit. The modern world Buddha Emperor nodded his head solemnly. War God Temple. Ning Chi stood on the War God platform and looked at the familiar scene. He could not help but sigh in his heart. He had gained a lot from entering the Emperor's door this time. He had originally planned to train until the peak of the Do D class, but he had unexpectedly merged with the celestial race's bloodline. As a result, he had also obtained a method to devour the fish of law, successfully completing the advancement task and condensing a Do Dan. All in all, including the time he took to devour the fish of law, it took him nearly a year. Master. When Zhao Er saw Ning Chi, his face revealed a trace of excitement. Your cultivation has improved? Ning Chi's eyes lit up as he patted Zhao Er's shoulder and said with a smile. Zhao Er was no longer the old man from back then. His appearance had become much younger. In just a short year, he was already a Do Wang. In the Qin Tang Empire, this kind of cultivation was enough to become the head of a family. Thanks to the sect master, I can often go to those seniors to ask questions about cultivation. With their guidance, this little one's cultivation naturally increased very quickly. Zhao Er glanced at the mountain range where the 72 war gods were and said with a smile, "Yes, you have a future." Ning Chi laughed and directly flew towards the sect master's hall. The news of Ning Chi's return to the war god temple instantly spread. One figure after another broke through the air and arrived. Not long after, there were dozens of people standing in the sect master's hall. These people included the old master, the sacred concubine, Xue Ling, Dongfang Hao Jie, Li Minji. Looking at the familiar faces, Ning Chi sighed in his heart. This was his home. No matter what happened in the future, he would protect this place from being invaded by the outside world. Young master. Two figures flew into Ning Chi's embrace like cannonballs. Zhuoling had also grown a lot taller. However, she still looked like a child. When Ning Chi's gaze landed on little Yu'er, he was slightly startled. After not seeing her for a year, little Yu'er had grown another 7 to 8 inches. Her figure had gradually filled out and was no different from an adult woman. Young master, is there something on my face? Little Yu'er asked doubtfully. No, it's just that I suddenly realized that our little Yu'er is already a big girl. Ning Chi laughed out loud. Young master, I am also a big girl. Zhuoling was not to be outdone. Alright, I know that Ling is also a big girl. When I was not around, you did not slack off in your training, right? Ning Chi said with a smile. Of course not. Young master, look. Little Heir's expression changed slightly. He saw 2 incomparably huge 9-tailed heavenly foxes appearing in the sect master's hall. Due to the uniqueness of the spirit, as long as the host did not intend to destroy it, it would not break the sect master's hall. Not bad, 3-star Dozuns. Your spirit has also been refined to the limit. Looks like you really did not slack off. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. The gazes of the others in the sect master's hall were filled with envy as they looked at little Heir. Although they also had the ancient demon race bloodline that Ning Chi had bestowed upon them, their cultivation speed could not catch up to little Heir. At times, they wondered if Ning Chi had given them special treatment. Chapter 965. The situation has changed, everyone. Did anything big happen while I was away? Old Master, why don't you go first? Ning Chi looked at Old Master Ning and said with a smile. The two children sat on his thighs and hugged Ning Qi's neck intimately. Little Yuer seems to be a little old. Saint Concubine Cold Sky thought to herself when she saw this scene. Then, she glanced at Xueling, only to see that Xueling was also looking at her. The two women's gazes met in midair, and they both smiled and turned their heads. Grandfather Ning's current cultivation had already broken through to the Dozone class. At this rate, he would not be far from breaking through to the Dozun class. In the past, he would never have thought that he would be able to reach the Zun realm one day. Sect Master, the Qin Tang Empire hasn't changed much, but Dongxian has changed a lot. I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. Why don't we let Hall Master Dongfang do it? Old Master Ning smiled bitterly. Brother Dongfang, you do it. Ning Qi nodded. Dongfang Haojie slowly stood up, glanced at the crowd, then looked at Ning Qi, clasped his fists and said, Master, since the great changes of heaven and earth, East Xian, North Xian, West Xian, South Xian, and Dry Bones Forbidden Land have become insignificant. The real center has moved to the ancient monster tribe. The ancient demon tribe. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He had been to that place once. However, he did not stay there for a long time. He did not know much about the land of the ancient demon clan. He did not know if there were any Do-Dan realm experts there. However, Dongfang Haojie said that the land of the ancient demon clan had become the central region. This proved that the experts in the land of the ancient demon clan were indeed very strong. Dongfang Haojie organized his words and gradually presented all the information they had obtained in the past year to Ning Qi without missing a single detail. First was the structure of the continent. Currently, there were many names in the continent. Basically, everyone used the old names because there wasn't a force that was strong enough to make everyone follow their ideas. After hundreds of continents merged, all sorts of powerful clans and sects appeared in front of the world like mushrooms after the rain. Every force was terrifyingly powerful. Even the weakest of them could crush the 9 great clans of Dongxian. Ning Qi was not surprised. The Lingwu continent already had the 3 great holy lands, so it was normal for other fragments to have forces similar to the 3 great holy lands. Furthermore, if there was a fragment similar to the immortal martial continent, then the 9 great clans of the eastern profound continent would be even more insignificant. After nearly a year of working together, there was already a tragic and controversial list of powers. This list had nothing to do with the 100 Shao clan, as they did not have the strength to do so. It was issued by other clans and sects that were similar to the 100 Shao clan, and on it was the distribution of the strongest powers on the continent. They were the dragon, the demon, the 9 palaces, the 8 sects, and the 4 great clans. These 23 powers could be considered the strongest in the world right now. Although there were some powers that didn't acknowledge their position, the majority of the people did. That was because half a year ago there had been a world-shaking battle. This battle allowed the initial stage Battle Dan realm experts to enter the public's view for the first time. Among the 23 powers, there were not only initial stage Battle Dan realm experts, but there were also intermediate stage Battle Dan realm experts. The ancient water dragon Holy Land and the ancient monster clan. I didn't expect these 2 places to become the most transcendent existences today. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Brother Dongfang, have you heard of the Greedy Wolf sect? Ning Qi casually asked. Greedy Wolf sect? Never heard of it. Dongfang Haojie thought for a while and shook his head. That's strange. With Tuoba Xuan's attitude, they should be eager to capture my father, whom I have never met, and covet my celestial clan bloodline. However, they didn't make the slightest move at this moment. Could it be that they hid my information and planned to take it all for themselves? Thinking of this, Ning Qi's eyes slightly narrowed. With his current cultivation, if he met Tuoba Xuan again, he was 70% to 80% sure that he could kill him. Sect leader, those Do-Dan realm experts have great power in their every move. I heard that it is the power of law. It is really too strong. During the big battle half a year ago, I saw it from afar. They seem to be snatching a strange thing. It seems to be called a divine object. That scene, tsk, even the mountains and rivers were split into pieces. Sect leader, those Do Dan realm experts have great power in their every move, Li Minji said. Called a divine object? Ning Qi suddenly became interested. He temporarily put the matter of the greedy wolf sect behind him. He didn't expect to hear about a divine object here. Elderly, tell me in detail. What did the so-called divine object that you saw look like? Ning Qi asked. Everyone looked at Li Minji curiously. At that time, only Li Minji went to the war god temple to watch the battle. The others followed Ning Qi's instructions and tried to keep a low profile. Therefore, they didn't know much about the situation. The divine item they're fighting for is like a ball of light. It's very big, probably as big as our sect leader's palace. It appeared in the Jade Sun continent, and even the ancient demon clan and the water dragon Holy Land sent people to fight for it. I don't know what that thing is used for. Li Minji recalled as he said. The sect master palace is so big? Ning Qi suddenly stood up from his chair. Sect master, is that really something great? Everyone was a little surprised when they saw this. That thing is useless to you. Oh, at least before you break through to the Emperor Do realm, it is useless. But for me, it is very useful. Elderly, who did the divine object go to in the end? Ning Qi calmed down and asked Li Minji. It was no wonder that he was so shocked. The divine object found in the battlefield of the dragon deity was only as tall as 2 people. But Li Minji said that the divine object he saw was as big as the sect master palace. Wouldn't it be about 100 times bigger? If Ning Qi devoured it all, he could condense the power of 200 laws. Ning Qi could devour the fish of law. It was easier for him to condense the laws than others, but it was also more difficult for him. He needed divine objects to devour, but the efficiency was shockingly low. This made him rely on divine objects hundreds of times more than ordinary cultivators. There was no winner. I heard that a dragon, a demon, the 9 palaces and 8 sects, and the 4 great clans joined forces and took the divine object away. Li Minji said. No matter what, I have to find a way to eat it. Ning Qi licked his lips. He had already made up his mind. He would not let go of this rare opportunity. By the way, sect master, when I returned to Dongxian, I found that the Heaven and Earth Pavilion scholar has been sending people to look for you. It seems that he won't stop until he finds you. Dongfang Haojie suddenly said. Heaven and Earth scholar. Chapter 966. Chapter 966. The Zhu family, everyone, this is the cloud-rising sacred land. Look over there, the stone statue of Dongfang Lucian is still there. The traces are still there. Tsk, the spiritual qi here is indeed dense. The speed of cultivation is much faster than in other places. No wonder so many people are flocking here. Big brother, let's go. Aren't you afraid that Ning Beixian will suddenly return with the experts from the Cloud Rising sect? We will die if we barge into the Cloud Rising sect without permission. What's there to be afraid of? It's been a year and the people from the Cloud Rising sect seem to have disappeared. Even the Do-Di of the 9 great clans are nowhere to be seen. I think the Cloud Rising sect must have provoked a powerful enemy during the change and was destroyed. Don't worry and train here. Look, besides us, there are more than 100,000 people from the Cloud Rising sect occupying the various mountains. To put it bluntly, even if Ning Beixian returns, can he kill more than 100,000 people? That's true, the disappearance of the Cloud Rising sect in one night was very strange to the cultivators of Dongxian. All sorts of rumors were spreading in the Jianghu. The most reasonable and convincing rumor was that the Cloud Rising sect had provoked an unstoppable enemy during the Great Change of the world and was eliminated. As for Ning Beixian, he was most likely killed by the Book of Life and Death. Before the change, no one would have believed this nonsense. However, they now knew that there was the Dodan realm above the Dodi realm. A Dodan realm expert had the power of law. Dodi realm experts were like ants in their eyes. It would be easy for them to destroy the Cloud Rising Sacred Land, which had more than 70 Dodi realm experts. Half a year after the upheaval in the Cloud Rising sect, more and more people tried to enter the Cloud Rising sect. At first, they wanted to search for the cultivation resources left behind. Then, they occupied the mountain to cultivate. News of this spread, and as soon as someone took the first bite, others followed suit. Within a year, the Cloud Rising sect became lively again. It even became a medium-sized market, and now people called it the Cloud Rising Workshop. However, the strongest person training in the Cloud Rising Workshop was only at the Do Zun realm. There was not a single expert above the Do Xing realm. Ning Qi looked at the current appearance of the Cloud Rising sect with a strange expression. With the help of the 9-phase divine skill, he had become a completely different young man. The cultivators who passed by him were still discussing about Ning Qi, but they didn't know that Ning Qi was standing right beside them. I originally thought that the Greedy Wolf Martial School would destroy this place, but I didn't expect them to be so quiet. I guess there is an 80 to 90% chance that Tuoba Xuan hid the news. Not only did he hide my existence, but he also hid the fact that there was a huge change in the world. Then, it is very likely that he has turned from the light to the dark side. Brat, are you blind? A familiar voice sounded behind Ning Qi. Ning Qi's figure moved slightly, and the place where he had been standing was torn apart by a stream of fighting spirit, leaving a small pit. When the nearby cultivators saw this, they all moved to the distance and looked curiously at the group of young men and women. When they saw the clothes of the leading young man, they couldn't help but look at Ning Qi with sympathy. Ning Qi looked up coldly and saw Yuan Shang, Chu Xian, Dongfang Lingdong, and a dozen other disciples of the 9 great clans looking at him coldly. There was a 13 to 14-year-old young man standing in front of them. The aura of this young man was extremely rich. He was already a 1-star Do Zun. As for Yuan Shang and the others, they had all broken through to the Do Zone class after not seeing them for a year. The one who attacked just now was Yuan Shang. You still dare to stare at me? Do you know whose path you're blocking? When Yuan Shang saw Ning Qi staring at him coldly, there was a burst of anger in his eyes. This place is wide and long. What's wrong with me standing here? Can't I walk to the side? Ning Qi said indifferently. Are all the cultivators of the Eastern Mystic Land so arrogant? I once heard that the Cloud Rising Lord, Ning Beixian, has been arrogant ever since he was at the Battle Spirit Realm. Is that why all the cultivators of the Eastern Mystic Land are learning from him? The leading young man, who was 13 to 14 years old, glanced at Ning Qi and smiled at Yuan Shang and the others. Young Master Zhu Chen, you are wrong. So what if Ning Beixian is arrogant and arrogant? Didn't he die in the Book of Life and Death in the end? When Yuan Shang heard the name Ning Beixian, his eyes flashed with a trace of schadenfreude. Speaking of the Book of Life and Death, I am here to take a look at it on behalf of the clan. If it is an artifact, my Zhu clan will not forget your contribution in leading the way. However, this Cloud Rising Sacred Land looks very ordinary and doesn't look like a divine artifact. It's fine if you don't want to take a look. Zhu Chen let out a faint smile and turned to leave. When the nearby cultivators heard a few words, their faces were filled with shock. Zhu Chen, Zhu clan? The Zhu clan of the 4 major clans? The Zhu clan that had a Dodan expert? Why would they come to the Eastern Mystic Land? Were they here for the Book of Life and Death? This news was too shocking. Many people were excited to see the legendary Zhu clan's disciples and wished they could befriend them. However, they knew that they didn't have the qualifications to do so. If they went forward recklessly, they would definitely die. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Yuan Shang let out a sinister laugh and walked slowly to Ning Qi. Is that so, Yuan Shang? Ning Qi smiled. How do you know my name is Yuan Shang? Surprise flashed in Yuan Shang's eyes. You've seen me before? Wait, that's not right. Why does this person's tone sound so familiar? That's Yuan Shang's expression suddenly shook. You are Ning. Before he could finish his sentence, his entire body froze and he turned into an ice sculpture. Chu Xian and the rest felt strange when they heard the commotion. They turned around and happened to see the process of Yuan Shang turning into an ice sculpture. A trace of shock appeared on their faces as they gasped inwardly. Young Master Zhu Chen, Chu Xian called out softly. Zhu Chen turned around impatiently. When he saw Yuan Shang turn into an ice sculpture, he frowned slightly and looked coldly at Ning Qi. Who are you? Which sect are you from? Dongfang Lingdong shouted at Ning Qi in a bewildered manner. It doesn't matter who I am or which sect I'm from. This person is just a small punishment for being rude to me. Ning Qi smiled. After a careful observation, Zhu Chen realized that he couldn't see through Ning Qi's cultivation. He was slightly surprised, but he wasn't afraid. That was because his surname was Zhu. Even a Dou Di would be wary of this surname. Young Master Zhu, you've come from afar. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. A figure broke through the air and an old man landed in front of Zhu Chen with a pleasantly surprised face. The nearby cultivators immediately recognized him. He was one of the 7 Dou Zun cultivators cultivating in Cloud Rising Workshop. Chapter 967. Chapter 967, Slap. Who are you? Zhu Chen looked at the old man indifferently. Bloody Blade Venerable said in a fawning manner, I am Li Jing. I have long heard of the Zhu clan's great name. Please do not blame me for taking the liberty of coming here. Li Jing, I understand. Zhu Chen nodded faintly. Li Jing had already clearly seen the current situation. His heart was filled with wild joy. Wasn't this the perfect time for someone to send him a pillow when he wanted to sleep? As long as he helped Zhu Chen resolve his current problem, he would at least be related to the Zhu clan. With this relationship, he could do whatever he wanted in Dongxian. Young Master Zhu, did this fellow offend you? I will help you finish him off. Li Jing smiled. His eyes shot toward Ning Qi like lightning. Brat, you even dare to offend young Master Zhu. Why aren't you kneeling down and receiving your death? Bloody Blade Venerable is personally taking action. This fellow is in danger. Cuckoo, even if Bloody Blade Venerable does not intervene, the other 6 Dou Zun seniors will intervene. Moreover, this person has offended a disciple of the Zhu clan. How long do you think he can live? What a pity! That fellow who was turned into an ice sculpture was once in existence in the top 50 of the dragon ranking, Yuan Shang of the Yuan clan. However, ever since the Dou Di of the 9 great clans disappeared with the Cloud Rising sect, the current position of the 9 great clans is only slightly higher than that of the Jade Pill sect. Not only can they not be compared to the Sky Demon Empire, but even the Eastern Land Divine Kingdom and the 9 Regions Empire are more prominent than the 9 great clans. From the looks of it, they want to rely on the 4 great clans. Cuckoo, you have underestimated the speed of the 9 great clans. What? You mean that they have already relied on the Zhu clan? Otherwise, why do you think the disciples of the Zhu clan will stand with the disciples of the 9 great clans? Hiss, everyone inhaled a breath of cool air. At the same time, they sighed in their hearts. Within a short year, the situation in Dongxian had changed so much. The 9 great clans, which were only weaker than the 3 great dragon tribes, had now become the vassals of another clan. No one would have believed this in the past. Ning Qi was not angry when he heard Li Jing's words. He smiled faintly and said, "If you want my life, come and take it yourself. This fellow has a qi concealing qi method. However, from the looks of it, even a Do Zun would not be very strong. Would I, a 7-star Do Zun, be afraid of him?" The benefits of befriending the Zhu family instantly suppressed the last trace of vigilance in Li Jing's heart. He sneered and directly attacked Ning Qi. Ning Qi flicked his finger, and a trace of the power of the law instantly hit Li Jing. He maintained his attacking posture and turned into an ice sculpture in midair. He fell heavily to the ground and instantly shattered into pieces. The bloody blade Venerable, Li Jing, were dead. What's going on? Even bloody saber Venerable is no match for him? Did you see how he attacked? I can't see clearly. If this person is not a Do Di, he is at least in existence of the Do Xing class. The Do Xings of our Eastern Xian area are basically old. How can there be such a young Do Xing? He is not someone from the Eastern Xian area. As soon as this conclusion was made, the way everyone looked at Ning Qi instantly changed. If Ning Qi was not in existence from the Eastern Xian area, he might really not be afraid of the Zhu family. After all, 1 dragon, 1 demon, 9 palaces and 8 sects, and 4 great clans. The latter was ranked towards the back among them. Moreover, the Zhu family was not publicly recognized as the strongest among the 4 great clans. Dongfang Lingdong and the others were greatly shaken when they saw this scene. They involuntarily looked at Zhu Chen. Even a Do Zun could be easily killed. It was likely that the matter today would not be resolved so easily. Which clan's Do Di are you from? Or a Do Xing? Zhu Chen's expression remained very indifferent. He was only a 1-star Do Zun. He was considered a junior among the younger generation in the Zhu family. Naturally, he could not sense the trace of the power of the law. It was also impossible for him to feel that Ning Qi was an initial stage Do Dan expert. After all, there were only 7 or 8 such experts in the Zhu family. According to the current vastness of the continent, if the initial stage Do Dan experts were to be evenly distributed, there might not even be one initial stage Do Dan expert in a land of tens of millions of square kilometers. Do Di. Even the disciples of the Zhu family think that he is a Do Di. He could also be a Do Xing. TCH, regardless of whether he is a Do Di or a Do Xing, he is much stronger than us. It would be great if we could take him as our teacher. Everyone's eyes were glowing as they looked at Ning Qi. Little fellow from the Zhu family, you are not qualified to know. Ning Qi parted his mouth and smiled as he spoke in an old-fashioned manner. Zhu Chen's expression was slightly startled. A trace of anger flashed across his eyes. Since you know that I am a disciple of the Zhu family, you still dare to be so rude to me? Even if you are a Do Di, you are still an insignificant existence in my Zhu family. Now I will give you one last chance. Slap yourself. Otherwise, I will send a message back. Within 7 days, the Zhu family will send experts to capture you. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap exploded in everyone's ears. Chu Xian twisted her stiff neck and looked at Zhu Chen in fear. Zhu Chen's expression was currently lifeless. The left side of his face was swollen. The person who had slapped him was Ning Qi, who had appeared beside Zhu Chen unknowingly. You dare to hit me? Zhu Chen's calm expression instantly disappeared. His hair stood up like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stared at Ning Qi with incomparable shame and anger. Slap, slap, slap. Ning Qi wore a smile on his face as he continued to wave his hand. Slap after slap landed on Zhu Chen's face. His attacks were extremely light and he did not immediately kill or send Zhu Chen flying. However, the pain and sounds became increasingly louder. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Chen's handsome and adorable face, which would definitely charm countless young girls once he grew up, had become as swollen as a pig's head. At this moment, the other 6 Dozuns from Rising Cloud Workshop, who were training in retreat, hurried over when they heard the news. Their faces revealed shocked expressions. Like everyone else, they were as quiet as cicadas in winter as they watched this scene. The person he hit is a disciple of the Zhu family of the 4 great clans? It should be. Where is that old fellow Shueisho? He is dead. Look at the severed limbs on the ground. Those hands belong to Shueisho. Hiss, given the current situation, these 6 Dozuns no longer dared to participate. It was obvious that Ning Qi's cultivation was much stronger than theirs. Moreover, the person who had been hit was a disciple of the Zhu family. This meant that the other party did not hold the Zhu family in any regard. Both parties were existences that they did not have the qualification to offend. We are finished. Young Master Zhu Chun has been humiliated in front of us. We are dead for sure. Dongfang Lingdong muttered to himself in despair. There is still a thread of hope. I only hope that this person does not kill young Master Zhu Chun. At the very least, we will not be implicated. Chu Xian calmed down after her shock. This was because she could tell that Ning Qi did not seem to have any intention of killing Zhu Chun. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. Slap. Chapter 968. Returning to Misty Cloud Tower, Ning Qi glanced at Chu Xian and the others indifferently. No one dared to look him in the eye. They all lowered their heads and looked at the current cloud rising sect. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head, then left. After Zhu Chen's reminder, he planned to go to Cloud Mist Tower to see the true face of the Book of Life and Death. Was it a magic tool with the power of laws? If it was true, Ning Qi planned to take it away. No one would complain about having too many magic tools. Other than the Dragon Slayer Saber, which was considered an incomplete magic tool, he only had the 9 divine bells. It was just that he could not use it often. Ning Qi did not want the guy that Little Six was afraid of to come after smelling it. Young Master Zhu Chun, you're awake? Chu Xian and the others surrounded Zhu Chun and were pleasantly surprised to see him slowly awaken. What happened to me? Hiss, just as Zhu Chun opened his mouth. He felt an intense pain on his face, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Soon after, he remembered how he was knocked unconscious by Ning Qi, and his blood instantly rushed to his head. However, his face was no different from a braised pig head, and no one could see the shame and anger on his face. Damn it! Damn it! I will never let you off! Zhu Chun shouted angrily. His voice had become much sharper. Everyone involuntarily sighed quietly in their hearts when they saw this. Zhu Chen's background was very frightening and his talent was also very abnormal. He had broken through to a 1-star Dozun at the age of 13 or 14. If he was placed in the 9 great clans back then, he would definitely be an ultimate Heaven's Pride existence. However, just a couple of slaps had caused his mentality to change drastically. He had lost his previous calmness. In terms of mentality, it was likely that he was even inferior to an ordinary Heaven's Pride. However, they still had to rely on Zhu Chun and suck up to him. Chu Xian said in a low voice, "Young Master Zhu Chun, we will send a message back to the family to help you pay attention to that guy's whereabouts." Zhu Chun glanced coldly at Chu Xian and nodded slightly. Then, a palm-sized mirror appeared in his hand. The moment this mirror appeared, it emitted a heart-palpitating aura. A thick fog flashed across the mirror. Following that, a face appeared in the mirror. When he saw Zhu Chen's pig head, he was slightly stunned. "Ninth brother, what's wrong?" "Big brother, I was humiliated in Dongxian. Please come and avenge me," Zhu Chen said respectfully. "Dongxian? Oh, you mean the remote place that the family asked you to go and see if there are any divine objects and magic tools?" The person in the mirror seemed to think for a while before remembering where Dongxian was. Ever since hundreds of continental fragments fused together, all the major clans had sent people to explore the various places, hoping to find divine objects and artifacts. The Zhu clan was no exception. God knew how many people like Zhu Chen had been sent out. Yes. Zhu Chen nodded. Everyone looked at the mirror curiously. The person in the mirror should be the true genius of the Zhu family, right? They were different from the 9 great clans. They already knew that existences like the 4 great clans could only be ranked as heaven's chosen after breaking through to the Dodi class. 9th brother, Big Brother has been preparing for war recently. I'm going to fight for the opportunity to enter the divine object and comprehend the laws. I really can't go there myself. Why don't I send 2 attendants to you? The person in the mirror hesitated for a moment before saying. A trace of disappointment flashed across Zhu Chen's eyes, but he still nodded and said, "Thank you, Big Brother." He was aware of those 2 servants. They were not humans. Instead, they were transformed demonic beasts. Even though they did not comprehend the strength of the laws, their fighting strength far exceeded that of an ordinary peak Dodi. It should be sufficient with them here. 9th brother, be careful. And all of you. If anything happens to him in Dongxian, none of you will be able to escape. The person in the mirror suddenly used an ice-cold gaze to sweep over Chu Xian's group. The expressions of the 6 Do Zuns, who had stuck their heads in out of curiosity, immediately became dull. They knew that their appearance had been seen by the other party. Yes. Chu Xian hurriedly replied. She had wanted to use her appearance to leave an impression in the other party's heart. Unexpectedly, the other party had disappeared and the mirror returned to its original state. Let's go to the 9 regions empire. Zhu Chen kept the mirror and snorted coldly. The 9 regions empire. I haven't been here for a long time. I'll pay a visit after settling the matter of the Book of Life and Death, and see if there are any new developments from old Jin. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up as he stood on the streets of the capital. Although he had invited Jin Sheng to the War God Hall, Jin Sheng had ultimately chosen to stay in the 9 regions empire's Tianji Institute. Ning Qi was not dissatisfied with his choice. After all, Jin Sheng was born in the 9 regions and had deep feelings for the 9 regions empire. Moreover, the Tianji Institute was the most important existence in the 9 regions empire other than the palace. Without Jin Sheng, the 9 regions empire's national strength would drop by at least 50%. I wonder if Su Zhen and his wife have found their daughter. The mansion that Dongfang Haojie had previously stayed in had been changed. There was a signboard with the words Tianwu Duke Mansion hanging on it. Cloud Mist Restaurant. Sir, what would you like to order? The waiter stood beside Ning Qi and asked with a smile. Just give me some of your specialty dishes. Ning Qi smiled. All right, sir, please wait for a moment. The waiter smiled, turned around and left. Cloud Mist Restaurant's business was very good. There were hundreds of tables on the 2nd floor where Ning Qi stayed, but they were almost all occupied. Brother Lin, I've told you before. The Book of Life and Death never makes a mistake. Anyone whose name appears on it will definitely die. Look, it's been a year and there's still no news from Ning Beixian. He's obviously dead. But how do you explain what happened to the Cloud Rising clan? I think there might be other reasons. The Book of Life and Death never implicates a clan. Ning Beixian is Ning Beixian, and the Cloud Rising clan is the Cloud Rising clan. Who knows what happened to them? Perhaps they knew that Ning Beixian was dead, and they were afraid that someone would come for revenge due to the changes in the world, so they disbanded their sects or went into hiding. In any case, Ning Beixian died because of the Book of Life and Death. Being able to eat at Misty Cloud Restaurant is like killing Ning Beixian with our own hand. Why did Miss Ding Ling bring people up personally today? Everyone's gazes simultaneously swept towards the staircase. They saw Misty Tower's owner, Ding Ling, personally leading 4 young men up to the 2nd floor. Peak Emperor Do, who has comprehended at least one law. It seems that the scholar of heaven and earth is also at this level. Are these 4 from the Greedy Wolf sect? Ning Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at Ding Ling and the others. The Book of Life and Death belonged to the Greedy Wolf sect, so the Cloud Mist restaurant was naturally related to the Greedy Wolf sect. Ding Ling furrowed her brows as she scanned the room. She discovered that all the seats on the second floor were full. Her gaze immediately landed on Ning Qi's table. Ning Qi was the only one at his table, and the food was not served yet. The table was very clean. "This way, please." Chapter 969. The third option. With the convenience of the system, Ning Qi could see through the attributes of these four people. Greedy Wolf Sect, Tuoba Dong. Greedy Wolf Sect, Tuoba Shi. Greedy Wolf Sect, Tuoba Nan. Greedy Wolf Sect, Tuoba Bei. Interesting. Is he Tuoba Dong's personal disciple or his subordinate? A hint of a smile flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. At least now he was sure that Tuoba Huan was not completely silent, which made him feel relieved. If the Greedy Wolf sect had sent a stronger being to Dongxian, Ning Qi would have had to escape to the celestial martial continent to be safer. I wonder if this young master could give up this table? Ding Ling stood in front of Ning Qi and smiled. Ning Qi shook his head and smiled, but he did not say anything. Ding Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. She glanced at Tuoba Dong and saw that he was expressionless. She immediately said to Ning Qi, "I am Ding Ling from Yunwu Inn. These four young masters are our distinguished guests. If you give me some face today, I will definitely return the favor in the future. Since your Yunwu Inn is open for business, there is no reason to chase away your customers. The things I ordered will be here soon. Please take these four young masters elsewhere to find a table." Ning Qi smiled. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a different expression. What a lad. This guy doesn't even give Ding Ling face? Is that so? Ding Ling's face immediately turned gloomy. Seeing this, Tuoba Dong smiled faintly and said, "Miss Ding, there's no need to be angry. I'll deal with such a small matter. If Senior Brother Wenren knows that the four of us asked Miss Ding to help us find a seat, we'll be beaten up." Hearing the words, Senior Wenren, Ding Ling's expression changed. Her eyes were a little blurred as she asked, "Is he well?" Senior Wenren is very well. He has successfully broken through to the early stage of the Battle Dan realm. Thank you for your concern. Senior Wenren said that he will personally find Lady Ding and bring you back to the Greedy Wolf sect. Tuoba Dong smiled. Early stage of the Battle Dan realm? When the diners on the second floor heard the news, they were all shocked. The senior of these four was actually an early stage of the Battle Dan realm? Greedy Wolf sect. What was the background of this sect? Would that Battle Dan realm expert personally come to find Ding Ling? The relationship between the two of them was probably not shallow. Thinking up to this point, quite a number of quick-witted diners recalled that Ding Ling had been stationed at Misty Cloud Tower all these years. This Book of Life and Death couldn't be the handiwork of the Greedy Wolf sect, right? He's coming for me. Ding Ling's face revealed a hint of surprise. You either give up your seat or die. Without waiting for Tuoba Dong to speak, Tuoba Shi, who was standing beside him, coldly looked at Ning Qi and said, "Is there no third option?" Ning Qi smiled. Tuoba Dong and the other three frowned slightly, as if they found Ning Qi's attitude strange. Their eyes scanned Ning Qi's body, but after a while, they realized that they could not see through his cultivation. There's something in Dongxian that we can't see through? Does this person cultivate a special aura concealment technique? That's most likely the case. Tuoba Shi, go ahead and test it out. Alright. The four of them secretly communicated for a while. Tuoba Shi reached out his hand and placed it on Ning Qi's shoulder. However, before his hand could touch Ning Qi's shoulder, it froze in midair. The power of law. The four of them were shocked. Tuoba Shi's face was pale. His body immediately surged with the power of law, wanting to break the ice on his hand. However, he was shocked to find that it was completely futile. Tuoba Dong and the other two quickly performed their technique. 3 powers of law surged towards Tuoba Shi's hand at the same time. Only then did the ice show signs of melting. This person isn't a cultivator from Dongxian. What is he doing here? He might be here for the Book of Life and Death. Let's not provoke him for now. Master will be here in 3 days. The customers of Cloud Mist Restaurant stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Ding Ling was also rather shocked. She knew that the 4 of them were not much weaker than Scholar of Heaven and Earth in terms of cultivation levels. In fact, they might even be stronger than him. Yet, they had actually suffered a loss in the hands of this inconspicuous young man? Miss Ding, this seat isn't very good. Let's sit at that table. Tuoba Dong said faintly. All right. Ding Ling nodded subconsciously. The customer at the table next to Ning Qi stood up with a bitter smile and turned to leave. Immediately, a waiter came to clean the table. Then, the 4 of them sat down. Before Ding Ling left, she took a deep look at Ning Qi. Tuoba Dong and the other 3 glanced at Ning Qi from time to time. Ning Qi ignored their gazes and ate the hot dishes served by the waiter with relish. The signboard outside is just ordinary wood. There's nothing strange in the misty cloud tower. Where is the Book of Life and Death hidden? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. In a short period of time, his soul had already secretly conducted a thorough search of misty cloud tower. I see. The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up. He knew where the Book of Life and Death was. At this moment, in one of the rooms of the misty cloud tower, a black sphere suddenly appeared in Ding Ling's hand. This sphere seemed to be made of gold, but it wasn't. Once it appeared, it emitted a faint aura of nomological laws. Ding Ling didn't know that a pair of eyes was staring at her. She touched the sphere and muttered to herself, "Your master will be coming to pick me up soon. You must be very happy, right?" The sphere didn't have any life, so it naturally couldn't answer Ding Ling. However, a golden light suddenly flashed on its surface and condensed into 2 golden words. Ning Qi. The outside world thinks that he is already dead. If he is really dead, you wouldn't have revealed his name again. Ding Ling touched the sphere and muttered to herself. Previously, Ning Qi's name had appeared on the signboard of the Misty Cloud Tower. That was just Ding Ling deliberately mystifying things. She wanted the outside world to know who the Book of Life and Death was trying to kill. At the same time, outsiders wouldn't discover the true location of the Book of Life and Death. Suddenly, a hand condensed in the void. Ding Ling stared at the sphere being snatched away by this hand that had suddenly appeared. Who? Ding Ling stood up abruptly and looked around in fear. At the same time, Ning Qi had already finished eating the dishes on the table and was about to leave. At this moment, a few more figures walked up. When Ning Qi saw one of them, he didn't plan to leave. Scholar Heaven and Earth glanced at the second floor with a smile and found that it was already full. Zhongli Huatian, who was following behind him, pointed in Ning Qi's direction and said, "Ancestor, there's an empty seat over there." Scholar Heaven and Earth smiled and nodded. He brought Zhongli Huatian to Ning Qi. "Little brother, you're the only one sitting here? How about the 2 of us sit with you?" Chapter 970. Chapter 970. Malicious slander. Forefather, I won't be sitting, Zhongli Huatian said in a low voice. Zhongli Huatian said in a low voice. After that, he looked at Ning Qi and said, "Your Excellency seems to have finished eating. Can you give up this table? Today is strange. So many people have come to fight for a seat." Ning Qi smiled and did not answer the question. Tuoba Dong and the other 3's expressions changed slightly. A trace of anger flashed in their eyes. They could clearly feel the mockery in Ning Qi's words. "Huatian, there's no need. Sit with this little brother." Scholar Heaven and Earth smiled faintly. "Yes, Forefather." Zhongli Huatian nodded and respectfully stood behind Scholar Heaven and Earth. There was no lack of dozongs and dozuns among the diners on the second floor. When they saw this scene, they already knew that Scholar Heaven and Earth was not as young as he looked. This person's aura is similar to ours. It seems that he has also comprehended the power of a law. Tuoba Dong secretly transmitted his voice. Indeed. Are they familiar with each other? From the looks of it, they don't know each other. It's just that the brat's aura concealing technique is too mysterious. The other party did not see that he possesses the power of a law. At this moment, Ding Ling hurriedly walked up. She came directly to Tuoba Dong's table and whispered a few words. Tuoba Dong and the other three's expressions immediately changed. Their eagle-like eyes swept toward Ning Qi and Scholar Heaven and Earth. The earth-searching pill disappeared as soon as these two arrived at the Misty Cloud restaurant. They are the most suspicious. We are not a match for that fellow. We will be at a disadvantage if we fight. Let's wait for Master to arrive before making a further plan. At least try it out? Let's go together. Tuoba Dong and the other three stood up and walked toward Ning Qi's table. Curiosity flashed in everyone's eyes when they saw this. Was there going to be another good show to watch? Halt, intruder! Zhongli Huatian moved and blocked in front of Tuoba Dong and the other three. Ever since Scholar Heaven and Earth came out of seclusion, he used the power of a law to repair his dantian. Now, Zhongli Huatian's cultivation had recovered to the peak of a dozun. He was only half a step away from the Doxing realm. Tuoba Dong glanced at Zhongli Huatian indifferently. Zhongli Huatian immediately felt a huge force coming at him. He could not help but take a few steps back. A look of shock appeared on his face. He had only felt this kind of aura from his own ancestor. Could it be that these four people were at the same level as their patriarch? You are? The Scholar of Heaven and Earth's expression changed slightly. He stood up in surprise and looked at Tuoba Dong and the other three. Ding Ling stared at him and then looked at Ning Qi. The token of love that her beloved had given her had been stolen. Ding Ling was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Tuoba Dong frowned and glanced at Ning Qi. In the end, his gaze landed on the Scholar of Heaven and Earth. His expression changed slightly. You're the Scholar of Heaven and Earth from the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth? This was Tuoba Dong's guess. When he came to Dongxian, he had asked Ho Jin for information about this place. If there was anyone here who had comprehended the power of laws, it would be the Heaven and Earth Pavilion Scholar of Heaven and Earth. The Primordial Dragon Emperor and the others had not reached this level yet. You all actually recognize me? The Scholar of Heaven and Earth was a little surprised. Apart from looking for clues about Ning Qi, he had come to the Cloud Mist Tower this time to take a look at the long-rumored Book of Life and Death. He did not expect to meet four experts who seemed to have the same level of cultivation as him. Were they from a dragon, a demon, the 9 palaces and 8 schools, or the 4 great clans? The Cloud Mist Tower lost something. Did the two of you take it? Tuoba Dong went straight to the point. The Cloud Mist Tower lost something? Could it be? A look of shock suddenly flashed in the eyes of the diners on the second floor. Someone quietly left the Cloud Mist Tower and ran in the direction of the palace. This person was one of the tens of thousands of scouts from the 9 States Empire. Ding Ling seemed to recognize him. Seeing him leave, she did not move at all. She only stared at Ning Qi and the Scholar of Heaven and Earth. Why are you looking for us when you lost something? Why would the Patriarch and I steal something from the Cloud Mist Tower? Zhongli Huatian thought that the two of them were referring to them. A look of anger flashed in his eyes. You don't have the right to speak here. Brother, if you've stolen the item that Misty Cloud Tower lost, please return it. In a few days, our masters will arrive here, so we don't want to embarrass everyone. Tuoba Dong looked at Ning Qi and said plainly. Zhongli Huatian was slightly startled. He glanced at Ning Qi in disbelief. The other party placed this person on the same level as his own patriarch? They have masters. Could it be that they are experts in the Battle Dan realm? A look of fear flashed in the eyes of the scholar of heaven and earth. Then, he shook his head with a smile and said, I just arrived at the Cloud Mist Tower. If something is lost, it is naturally not me. You have found the wrong person. Perhaps this little brother can answer your question? The scholar of heaven and earth looked at Ning-Chi meaningfully. At the same time, an undetectable look of surprise flashed in his eyes. From the eyes and expressions of Tuoba Dong and the other three, it could be seen that they were quite afraid of this person. Even he had misjudged him. This meant that the other party's cultivation was probably not weaker than his. As expected, after hearing the scholar of heaven and earth's words, the four of them looked at Ning-Chi coldly. Although your cultivation is stronger than ours, I'm afraid that there is a limit. If you really took something from the Cloud Mist Tower, please hand it over. Its owner is very strong, even stronger than our masters. If we really fall out, you won't be able to keep your life even if you flee to the ends of the earth. The scholar of heaven and earth stood at the side with a smile. However, only he knew the shock in his heart. He had already confirmed that these four people were from those factions. Behind them, there was more than just a Battle Dan existence. What did the Cloud Mist Tower lose to make them so nervous? What is their relationship with the Cloud Mist Tower? Could it be the Book of Life and Death? Thinking about this, the scholar of heaven and earth couldn't help but look at Ning-Chi. He wanted to see something from Ning-Chi's expression. What was disappointing was that other than a faint smile on Ning-Chi's face, there was no sign of guilt or fear. I've been sitting here all this time and haven't moved at all. Why do you think that I stole something from the Cloud Mist Tower? Ning-Chi smiled and said, There is no need to pretend between us. If it was me, I would have countless ways to steal something right under your nose. Tuobashi's hand was frozen by Ning-Chi earlier, so he was still a little uncomfortable. He couldn't help but frown. Then, why can't the four of you be the ones who stole it? Ning-Chi said with a smile. The expressions of Tuoba Dong and the other three instantly changed. Ding Ling suddenly took 2 steps back and stared at them. Ning-Chi's words reminded Ding Ling that the value of the item was something that even an ordinary initial stage Do Dan expert coveted. Would these 4 people be greedy and steal the ground-searching pill? Then, would the thief call the thief thief? How could we steal Brother Wunrin's item? Don't slander us. Tuoba, she said angrily. Right now, you are the ones slandering us, not me. I am only suggesting this possibility. If you think that I took it, then show me the evidence. Chapter 971. You're in the Dan realm? Evidence? Tuoba Dong and the other 3 didn't have any evidence. When they heard Ning-Chi's words, their expressions changed and became a little ugly. However, other than the 4 of them, only the 2 people in front of them were experts who had comprehended the power of law. The others probably didn't have the ability to steal a low-grade magical artifact, the earth-searching pill, right under their noses. Miss Ding, the dishes of your Cloud Mist restaurant are delicious. I will come again next time. Ning-Chi smiled and prepared to leave. Tuoba Dong's body moved slightly and stopped Ning-Chi. When Scholar of Heaven and Earth saw this, he smiled and took a step back. He didn't want to participate in this pointless battle. You want to keep me here? Ning-Chi looked at Tuoba Dong and the other 3 and smiled. Your Excellency, our master will arrive at Misty Cloud Tower in 3 days. With master's abilities, he will definitely know who stole the items from Misty Cloud Tower. Therefore, before that, the 2 of you should not take even half a step out of Misty Cloud Tower to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Tuoba Dong said plainly. Are the masters of the 4 of you Dan realm experts? Scholar of Heaven and Earth suddenly asked. Of course. Tuoba Dong nodded. Then I am willing to stay here for 3 days. Scholar of Heaven and Earth smiled. When Tuoba Dong and the other 3 saw this, their suspicions of Scholar of Heaven and Earth lessened. On the contrary, Ning Qi had become their number one suspect. At this moment, Yunwu Restaurant's customers saw a group of people majestically walking up to the second floor. The person leading the group was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, and his aura was as deep as the abyss. Beside him, there was an old eunuch with a gloomy expression and a group of princes. The Emperor? The Emperor has come personally. It is not strange. The background of these few people is extraordinary. If it was in the past, the Nine Regions' great Emperor's status was supreme and could be compared with the ancestors of the Nine Great Clans. Now, however, the Dodi class is nothing. Only by grasping the power of the laws can one transcend the status of an ant. The person who came was the Emperor of the Jiuzhou Empire, the great Emperor of the Jiuzhou Empire. Every Emperor of the Jiuzhou Empire had this exclusive title. It was rumored that the current Jiuzhou Emperor had cultivated for more than 2,300 years and was already a 7-star Emperor of the Dou realm. His cultivation could be considered outstanding among the Jiuzhou emperors of each generation. He rarely showed his face and spent most of his time in seclusion. It was unexpected that he would appear at the Cloud Mist restaurant today. The Jiuzhou emperor's gaze swept over Dingling before landing on Tuoba Dong's group of 4. A smile hung on his face as he took a few steps forward and said, "Senior brothers, are you from the Greedy Wolf sect?" "Yes." Tuoba Dong and the other 3 nodded indifferently. Their cultivation was much higher than the person in front of them. In the Greedy Wolf sect, the strength of the Nine Regions' great emperor could only be regarded as the lower middle class among the outer court disciples. Naturally, there was no need for a good attitude. If it wasn't for the fact that the great emperor of the 9 prefectures was an outer court disciple of their Greedy Wolf sect, Tuoba Dong and the other 3 wouldn't even bother with him. "For senior brothers, I am Su Hengtao. Senior Tuoba personally accepted me as an outer disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect." After the Jiuzhou emperor confirmed the origins of the 4, he hurriedly cupped his hands together and bowed. "What? The great emperor is an outer court disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect? In other words, the sect behind these 4? Hiss, everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. They were extremely shocked. Even the princes were inexplicably shocked. They had received news from the Jiuzhou emperor today, and followed him to the Cloud Mist restaurant. They were wondering what had happened in the Cloud Mist restaurant for them to be so cautious, but they didn't expect such an outcome. The news was too shocking. Other than the White Emperor Tower, even the Jiuzhou Empire is related to the Greedy Wolf sect? Could this Tuoba Dong really be from the Tuoba clan? Then how many of the remaining 35 top sects are related to him? Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Subsequently, he noticed a familiar face among the group of princes behind the Jiuzhou Emperor. He's already a 4-star Dozong. His cultivation speed is considered average in Dongxian. Ning Qi looked at the 13th prince, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Back then, the 13th prince was 9th on the dragon ranking. Excluding the dragon clan, he was the human with the highest ranking on the dragon ranking. The battle between him and the 13th prince was not too easy. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed, and the 13th prince's cultivation had also improved. If he was given another few decades, he would definitely become a Dozun with his talent, which was equivalent to the supreme geniuses of the 9 great clans. Su Hengtao, yes, Master has mentioned it to us. It's good that you're here today. Order people to seal off the capital and disallow ordinary people from entering or leaving. The Cloud Mist restaurant has lost something. If we don't find it, Master will definitely blame us when he arrives in 3 days. Tuoba Dong said faintly. When he spoke, he intentionally glanced at Ning Qi. There was a hidden meaning in his words. The Cloud Mist restaurant lost something? Could it be the Book of Life and Death? Su Hengtao's face revealed a shocked expression. After which, he nodded and gestured to the old eunuch beside him. The old eunuch hurriedly left. 4 seniors, I have come this time around to ask the 4 of you to take a look. Is there anyone among these sons of mine who can enter the greedy wolf sect? Su Hengtao smiled and spoke to Tuoba Dong in a fawning manner. Father is so respectful to these 4 people. Their cultivation cannot be underestimated. The greedy wolf sect, even Father's cultivation, is only that of an outer disciple. Could it be that it is a powerful sect like the Dragon Clan, the 9 palaces, the 8 sects, and the 4 great clans? If I am able to enter it, my training speed will definitely soar. The princes all had different expressions when they thought of this. Most of them secretly glanced at the 13th prince. They were aware of the potential of this 13th brother. However, everyone looked at the first prince again. The young man standing behind Su Hengtao was Su Hengtao's first son and the first prince of the 9 provinces empire. His cultivation was already at the peak of the Do-Zun realm. He was only half a step away from stepping into the Do-Xing realm. He was over 100 years older than the second prince and almost 200 years older than the 13th prince. In terms of potential, he was not much weaker than the 13th prince. We will discuss this matter when Master arrives. Tuoba, she said impatiently. Yes, yes. Su Hengtao smiled and nodded. However, Tuoba Dong glanced at the princes and shook his head without saying anything. Su Hengtao and the others' hearts sank when they saw this. The other party seemed to be dissatisfied with everyone's potential. Why does this person keep looking at me? The 13th prince felt Ning Qi's gaze and was slightly startled. However, he saw Ning Qi smile at him. As he did not know Ning Qi's background, the 13th prince returned a smile. Everyone, I still have matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. Ning Qi smiled at Tuoba Dong and the other 3 before he stood up and left. Senior said that you have to wait here for Master to arrive before leaving. Tuoba Shi, Tuoba Bei, and Tuoba Nan stood up together and blocked Ning Qi's path. However, the 3 of them suddenly felt a chilling and terrifying aura being emitted from Ning Qi's body. You are at the Do-Dan realm? Chapter 972. I am Ning Beixian. What? He is at the Do-Dan realm? When Tuoba Dong said this, everyone in the Cloud Mist restaurant looked at Ning Qi in shock. Many of them dropped their chopsticks without even realizing it. A look of astonishment flashed across the scholar of heaven and earth's face. He had also sensed the terrifying nomological aura just now. The shock in his heart would only be more than Tuoba Dong's, not less, because he had just been sitting at the same table as this person. A Do-Dan realm expert. He looks so young. Zhongli Huatian stared blankly at Ning Qi, and a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Su Hengtao was shocked. This person was a Do-Dan realm expert? Could it be that the dragon and the demon came from those places? He just smiled at me. Why would a Do-Dan realm expert smile at me? Has he seen me before? That's impossible. The 13th prince looked at Ning Qi in shock as doubt flashed in his heart. You still want to block my way? Ning Qi looked at Tuoba Dong and the other 3 with a faint smile. Senior, the 4 of us have offended you earlier, please forgive us. Tuoba Dong took a deep breath and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. They were different from Scholar of Heaven and Earth. After all, they were outer sect disciples of the Greedy Wolf sect. In the Greedy Wolf sect, although there were not many Do-Dan realm experts, there were still around 100 of them. Among them, there were 13 late-stage Do-Dan realm experts. Hence, even if they knew that Ning Qi was a Do-Dan realm expert, they would not be afraid because of this. They merely felt some fear. Ning Qi looked at Tuoba Dong and smiled. When he was about to leave, Tuoba Dong's voice suddenly sounded again. Senior, please leave your name. When my master comes, he might come to visit. Your teacher is Tuoba Shuang? Ning Qi suddenly turned around and asked. The expressions of Tuoba Dong and the others changed drastically. At this moment, they suddenly felt that the person in front of them was unfathomable. How did he know their master's name? Did he also come from that place? Teacher's mortal name is indeed Tuoba Kong. Tuoba Dong hurriedly nodded. Senior is acquainted with master? I've met him once. I've been waiting for him in the capital for 3 days. By the way, my name is Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled faintly. At this moment, his appearance had changed as he withdrew the 9 phases great art and returned to his original appearance. If he did not even dare to reveal his true identity when facing Tuoba Kong, then he would have already lost before the fight even started. Ning. North. Mystic? Walala. Among the customers of Yunwu restaurant, some of them were so shocked that they fell on their butt. Before this, they were still talking about Ning Qi shamelessly, and there was no lack of gloating words. Did that mean that Ning Qi had heard everything they said? Thinking of this, many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Why is Ning Beixian still alive? He has actually broken through to the Do Dan realm. This news is too explosive. From the looks of it, the disappearance of the Cloud Rising sect is not as we imagined. Other than the dragon and the demon, who else can destroy a sect that possesses a Do Dan realm expert? It's him. The 13th prince looked at Ning Qi in shock. His mouth was slightly open. He finally knew why Ning Qi had smiled at him just now. The 7th prince's expression was unsightly. His previous dealings with Ning Qi weren't pleasant. Later, when he witnessed Ning Qi's growth from a nobody to the point where he could suppress the 9 superclans, he secretly made up his mind to never meet Ning Qi face to face. In the end, Ning Qi, who everyone thought had been killed by the Book of Life and Death, appeared again, and he was still in Misty Tower. His cultivation had also changed drastically, and he had become a Do Dan realm expert. This guy is Ning Beixian? I've only heard of his name but never seen him. Today I can finally see his true appearance. Many of the princes were curious about Ning Qi and admired him at the same time. Their eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. Ning Beixian, this Do Dan realm expert is Ning Beixian? Zhongli Huatian's face was pale as he looked at Ning Qi. He was unwilling to believe what he had seen today. If Ning Qi was a Do Dan realm expert, then his hope of taking revenge would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The scholar of heaven and earth's body shook. The smile that had been hanging on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with fear and bewilderment. He did not expect that the person he had been looking for would appear in front of him in such a manner. How did he break through to the Do Dan realm in such a short period of time? The scholar of heaven and earth thought unwillingly. He had been at the peak of the Do Di realm for more than 1,000 years, but he was still unable to break through to the Do Dan realm. A junior had now surpassed him. In an instant, his soul was greatly impacted. Ning Beixian, Do Dan realm. If I did not see it with my own eyes today, I would definitely not believe it. Su Hengtao looked at Ning Qi and a bitter smile flashed in his eyes. He had heard this name countless times. If it was any other emperor, they would have already tried to recruit him. However, he did not do anything because he did not see Ning Qi as a threat. Other than his identity as the emperor of the 9 prefectures, he was also an outer sect disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect. Long before the world changed, he had a good understanding of the realms above the Do Di realm. Naturally, his vision was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Chapter 973. Improved Dragon Slaying Bullet. Chapter 973. Improved Dragon Slaying Bullet. Misunderstanding? That's not what my subordinates said. They said you were searching for me in Dongxian like a madman. What's the reason for that? Are you trying to avenge this guy? Ning Qi smiled and looked at Zhongli Huatian. Zhongli Huatian wanted to meet Ning Qi's eyes bravely, but he realized that he couldn't. He lowered his head in a second. His men. As expected, the cloud-rising sacred ground didn't disappear. The diner's eyes brightened. If my great-great-grandson offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart, Senior. When Scholar of Heaven and Earth said the word Senior, a hint of hesitation flashed through his eyes. After all, Ning Qi was much younger than him. He could even infer Ning Qi's age from the information he sent people to search for Ning Qi in the Qin Tang Empire. However, in the end, he still said these two words. Regardless of how young the other party was, a Do Dan stage expert was a Do Dan stage expert. At this level, a Do Di like him who had comprehended the power of one law was merely an ant-like existence. Fine. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. This time, Ning Qi really left. Tuoba Dong and the other three didn't dare to stop him. They could only watch Ning Qi disappear from the Yunwu restaurant. I didn't expect Ning Beixian, Senior Ning, to have broken through to the Do Dan realm. Such a cultivation speed is too monstrous. Su Hengtao forced a smile and said when he saw that no one was talking. Junior brother Su, I want to know everything about him since he was young. You should have information about him, right? Tuoba Dong said in a deep voice. Yes. In fact, apart from what happened when he was young, most people in Dongxian basically know everything that happened after that. Su Hengtao nodded and said, Divine Mystery Institution. Ning Qi didn't go through the main entrance but directly landed in Old Man Jin's courtyard. He happened to see Manjulu walking out of Old Man Jin's room. Brother Ning, you're back? Manjulu's eyes brightened. Others thought that Ning Qi was dead, but Manjulu didn't think so. Saint Jean knew where Ning Qi had gone and had hinted at him. Brother Meng. Ning Qi smiled and went forward to hug him. Your aura has become much thicker. Did you make a breakthrough in your cultivation? Manjulu looked at Ning Qi enviously. Yes, I guess so. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. During these few years, Manjulu was already at the peak of the Do Zun class. He was merely half a step away from the Do Xing class. Back then, when he had just met Manjulu, he was merely a small Do Ling. Now, he had already broken through the shackles of the Do Di class, agglomerated a Do Dan, and advanced into the Do Dan class. Is Senior Jean inside? Ning Qi laughed. Good boy, you broke through again? Before Manjulu could answer, Old Man Jean had already appeared in front of them like a gust of wind. He looked Ning Qi up and down in surprise, and then let out a sigh of admiration. A small breakthrough. Ning Qi smiled modestly. You should know that the Scholar of Heaven and Earth has been looking for you, right? With your current strength, how big is the gap between you and him? Golden Saint could not see through Ning Qi's current cultivation level. Compared to Scholar Heaven and Earth? Did Master take the wrong medicine? With Brother Ning's talent, you should have just advanced to the Do Di class. Manjulu secretly rolled his eyes. Scholar Heaven and Earth? Haha, I just saw him at the Misty Tower. Ning Qi laughed. From today onwards, he should not dare to find trouble with me, right? Unless he's crazy. What? Manjulu was slightly shocked. Did Ning Qi mean that he was already stronger than Scholar Heaven and Earth? Everyone knew that Scholar Heaven and Earth was the only expert who had condensed the power of laws. Even the 3 Dragon Emperors did not dare to oppose him. Where did Ning Qi get his confidence from? Have you already comprehended the power of laws? Old Man Jean thought deeper than Manjulu. Ever since Ning Qi gave him the bloodline of the three-eyed race, he had a deeper understanding of Ning Qi's methods. Ning Qi was either bragging or had comprehended the power of laws. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. Bragging? Based on his understanding of Ning Qi, he could basically rule it out. Then, there was only the second possibility. Thinking of this, Saint Jin's breathing became a little rough. If Ning Qi had comprehended the power of laws, at least on this continent after the Great Change, with his relationship with Ning Qi, it was equivalent to the Jiuzhou Empire gaining an incomparably powerful backer. Nowadays, Emperor Do was no longer valuable. Only the experts who had comprehended the power of laws had a certain say in this continent. Ning Qi only smiled. His eyes fell on a big tree in the small courtyard. With a light tap, the tree rapidly decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally turned into a pile of powder. The law of wood. Manjula gasped when he saw this scene. If such a method was used on a human, what kind of terrifying effect would it have? The power of laws is indeed powerful. Do Qi cannot compare with it. Old man Jin stared at the pile of dust and smiled bitterly. He could also smash the tree into powder, but it was completely incomparable to Ning Qi's method. Ning Qi's method was more hidden and sudden, making it impossible to guard against it. If he had been the one to point at, he would probably end up like the tree. Elder Jin, have you made any progress in your research recently? Ning Qi smiled and changed the topic. Research? Dragon-slaying bullet? I have an idea. Unfortunately, my cultivation is not enough. If you can change the power of the dragon-slaying bullet into the power of laws, will its power increase a lot? Old man Jin's eyes lit up and he said in high spirits. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi greedily and said, "For example, if the power of laws can be injected into the dragon-slaying bullet, the power produced will be unimaginable." Ning Qi's eyes lit up. He was very interested in Old Man Jin's suggestion. After that, Old Man Jin talked about his recent research in detail. The only problem was how to preserve the power of the laws after it left his body and prevent it from disappearing. Even if its power was reduced due to time, it was still acceptable. Ning Qi's cultivation was at the early stage of the Dodan realm. The recovery speed of the power of laws was many times faster than Scholar of Heaven and Earth and the others. Although he only had one law of wood, with his recovery speed, it was not a problem for him to condense 100 laws of wood in a day. Chapter 974. Ning Beixian is here. Sigh, the biggest problem is that the quality of the materials we use to make the dragon-slaying bullets is too low. They can't retain the power of law. These materials are enough to make a heaven-class top-grade combat weapon. The old man couldn't help but sigh after the experiment failed again. The quality of the materials? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he took out the earth-searching pill from his space bag. There was a faint power of law on it, as well as a trace of divine soul left behind after it was refined. Ning Qi casually wiped it, and the trace of divine soul disappeared without a trace. He knew that the owner of this item would sense it, but so what? Senior Jin, what do you think of it? Is it suitable? Ning Qi threw the pill to Saint Jean. Saint Jean took it and looked at it. His expression changed slightly and he whispered, "There is a trace of law on it. Is it an Dharma artifact?" "Yes, it is, but it's not of a high grade. It's trash among the low-grade Dharma artifacts," Ning Qi said calmly. This item only had one use, and that was to search. The moment he obtained it, Ning Qi could tell that it did not have any offensive capabilities. It was also not a defensive Do weapon. Its only use should be to use the special power of laws to search for a predetermined target. It was a support-type Dharma artifact that was useful for certain people, but not Ning Qi. It's not trash. As long as it's an Dharma artifact, it's not trash. The old man rolled his eyes at Ning Qi and touched the pill happily. At the same time, he used his divine soul to check its structure. Did you notice? The method of making an Dharma artifact is similar to a combat weapon, but there are some differences in the calculation. If we can solve this problem, we can attach the power of law to it and make our own Dharma artifact, the old man said while looking at the pill. Senior Jin, only you can solve this problem. After all, you have the bloodline of the three-eyed race. It shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Ning Qi smiled. The dragon-slaying mall was still in the process of upgrading. Otherwise, Ning Qi could just buy the method of making Dharma artifacts from there. He could only rely on St. Jin's talent to solve the problem. There was a gap between St. Jin's eyebrows. At this moment, the gap slowly opened and a ray of golden light shot out from his third eye, enveloping the pill. A moment later, Jin Xing smiled and said, "No problem. Give me 3 days and I should be able to get some result. Then I'll leave it with Senior Jin for now." Ning Qi smiled faintly and emphasized the word temporarily. Jin Xing rolled his eyes. "I know. Why would I covet your things? But when I know how to refine magic tools, you must cooperate with me to refine a few magic tools. Otherwise, we will be powerless against masters who have condensed the power of laws." "Of course." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Ning Beixian has reappeared. For the first time ever, the Book of Life and Death has failed. Ning Beixian has reached the Dan realm. When Ning Qi was in the Heavenly Secret Academy, the news of him had already spread in all directions with the capital city as the center. Like a plague, everyone rushed towards the capital city after hearing this heavyweight news. They all wanted to see what a Do Dan realm expert was like. Our Dongxian has a Do Dan realm expert too. If anyone dares to bully our cultivators in the future, they will have to think twice before doing so. A few cultivators gathered on the streets of the capital city and discussed excitedly. "You don't know this, but I received news that the 3 Dragon Emperors are coming together to deal with Senior Ning." "Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Other than the 3 Dragon Emperors, even Scholar of Heaven and Earth calls Senior Ning Senior. My friend saw it with his own eyes at the Yunwu Tower. Tisk Tsk, wasn't Scholar of Heaven and Earth looking for Senior Ning like a madman? Is he scared now? Wouldn't you be scared if you were him? A Do Dan realm expert's every move is filled with the power of laws. Not even 100 Scholar of Heaven and Earth will be Senior Ning's match. However, there is another piece of news that you guys definitely don't know. Our Jiuzhou Emperor is actually an outer disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect. Other than Scholar of Heaven and Earth, there are 4 other people in the Yunwu Tower who are at the same level as him. They are all peak Emperor Do who have condensed the power of laws. A cultivator said mysteriously. "Hiss," everyone gasped. The Jiuzhou Emperor is an outer disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect? Where did this Greedy Wolf sect come from? Right now, other than Ning Qi, the Greedy Wolf sect had become the second biggest topic of discussion in the capital city. As for what the Yunwu Tower lost, no one cared. Wu Imperial Mansion. Lord Wu and a beautiful middle-aged woman stared at each other. After a while, the middle-aged woman said in a low voice, "I was indeed in the wrong in this matter. However, the assassins we sent out didn't even harm a single hair on his head. He shouldn't remember this matter, right?" Wu Imperial Lord smiled bitterly. "I heard that Ning Beixian is a person who holds grudges. We have sent assassins to kill him and Dongfang Haojie time and time again. How can he not remember this? I only hope that his horizons have widened and he doesn't care about us anymore. Fortunately, Ling Feng has gone to the Dragon Field and won't be back for a while," the beautiful middle-aged woman said in a low voice. "Oh no, Prince. Ning, Ning, Ning." A servant ran in a panic. He was panting and couldn't even finish his sentence. However, when Wu Imperial Lord and the beautiful middle-aged woman heard the word Ning, they felt a sense of unease. Slap. The beautiful middle-aged woman moved and slapped the servant's face. She shouted coldly, "Speak properly." "Yes, First Madam. Ning Beixian is here. He is now outside the courtyard. A few elders have brought people to stop him. Quickly go and have a look." The servant covered his face and said in a low voice. Ning Beixian really came. A trace of panic flashed in the middle-aged woman's eyes. She looked at Wu Imperial Lord and asked, "Master, what should we do?" "Don't panic. It's a blessing, not a curse. Let's go and have a look together," Wu Imperial Lord said with a sullen face. At this moment, An uninvited guest had arrived in the heavily guarded Wu Imperial Mansion. All the experts of the Wu Imperial Mansion stood in front of the uninvited guest with a frightened expression. Senior Ning, may I know why you have come to the Wu Imperial Mansion? The first elder of the Wu Imperial Mansion, a 6-star Do Zun cultivator, cupped his hands together and asked Ning Qi. Everyone noticed that his hands seemed to be trembling unconsciously. Nothing much, I just wanted to come and have a look. Where is your prince? Why hasn't he come out yet? Ning Qi smiled and said. His Highness will be here soon. Please wait a moment. The first elder said in a low voice. Chapter 975. The worst that could happen. Ning Qi smiled and casually walked to the stone pavilion to the side and sat down. His movement caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Their eyes followed Ning Qi. Some were curious, some were frightened, and some had a trace of worship in their eyes. The elders didn't dare to sit with Ning Qi. They could only stand outside the pavilion and stand guard like eunuchs. This atmosphere didn't last long. When Lord Wu and the First Madam appeared, everyone felt relieved. Their backbone had arrived. Senior Ning, it's been a few years. You are still as elegant as ever. Lord Wu walked into the stone pavilion and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. The First Madam stood beside him with a smile on her face. She looked at Ning Qi without any change in her expression. If Ning Qi hadn't heard from Zhou Lu and Ning that the First Madam was the one who insisted on asking the White Emperor Pavilion to kill him and Dongfang Hao Jie, he wouldn't have believed that the middle-aged beauty had such a deep killing intent towards him. Lord Wu, I don't deserve to be called senior, Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Not at all. Who doesn't know that Senior Ning is an expert in the Dan realm? Even the scholar of heaven and earth has to call you senior. How could I dare to overstep my boundaries? Lord Wu laughed dryly. Seeing that Ning Qi only smiled without replying, a trace of worry flashed across the martial lord's eyes. He swept a glance at the First Madam and whispered to Ning Qi, Senior Ning, why have you come to my residence today? What's the matter? Lord Wu, you should know, right? Ning Qi cast a sidelong glance at King Wu and chuckled. A hint of hesitation appeared in the martial king's eyes. Suddenly, he did something that shocked everyone in the martial king manner. With a plop, the martial king knelt before Ning Qi. He looked at Ning Qi with sincerity and said, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai before and offended you in many ways. Please forgive me, Senior Ning. If there is any punishment, I will take it all. Please spare the thousands of people in my manor. Father. When the children of Wu Wangye saw this scene, they were shocked and terrified. Could it be that the other party came here to annihilate the entire clan? Thinking of this, they all ran out and knelt in front of Ning Qi. The eldest madam hesitated for a moment. Then, she clenched her teeth and knelt down beside the martial lord. She said in a low voice, I ask Senior Ning to forgive me. At this moment, when the elders, servants, and guards saw their masters kneeling, how could they not kneel? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people were kneeling in front of Ning Qi. From time to time, when people rushed over and saw this scene, they also knelt on the ground. A real man can stand tall and bend, worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless character. Could it be that you think I came to your martial imperial manor today to kill all of you? I, Ning Beixian, am not a demon who likes to kill. Ning Qi glanced at everyone and chuckled. When Lord Wu heard this, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. His eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible hint of joy. He raised his head and said, Senior Ning, does this mean you've forgiven me? Whether or not I forgive you is actually up to you. Ning Qi looked at the martial lord for a moment and then said calmly. He had come here today to resolve this matter. If the other party had wanted to kill him as soon as they met, Ning Qi would not have shown any mercy. However, The other party's attitude of admitting his guilt had softened Ning Qi's heart slightly. Hence, he decided to let the other party make the decision. Up to us? I understand now. I swear that I will never be Senior Ning's enemy in the future. If I break this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me. The martial lord was stunned at first, but then he reacted and quickly pointed to the sky and swore. If swearing was useful, pigs would also know how to climb trees. Ning Qi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then, he beckoned at the beautiful woman kneeling beside the martial lord. When everyone saw this, their bodies trembled slightly, and they looked at Ning Qi in shock. Could this person be planning to? Thinking of this, the martial lord's children all revealed expressions of humiliation. They clenched their fists and wanted nothing more than to tear Ning Qi to pieces. The middle-aged woman looked at Ning Qi in surprise, then looked at the martial lord. In the end, she bit her lips and moved towards Ning Qi, looking up at him pitifully. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi was going to do something worse than a beast, Ning Qi only gently touched her lip. A drop of truth serum slid directly into the middle-aged woman's mouth. Then, Ning Qi flicked his finger and another drop of truth serum flew into the martial lord's mouth. Both of their expressions gradually became sluggish. Seeing that Ning Qi did not do what everyone had guessed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at Ning Qi in confusion. Only a few people suddenly thought of something and their expressions changed slightly. Back then, Ning Qi had resolved a scandal of bullying his sister-in-law in the Divine Dragon Marquis's residence. This matter had also spread throughout the capital, and many people knew the details. At this moment, some people had guessed what was going on between the martial lord and the first madam. Let me ask you, will you still send people to kill me in the future? Ning Qi looked at the martial lord and said indifferently, No. The martial lord said with a dull expression. When everyone heard this, their tense hearts immediately relaxed. Very good. Ning Qi smiled. It seemed that his previous oath was sincere. Then, he looked at the middle-aged woman. Will you send people to kill me in the future? Yes. The middle-aged woman said with a dull expression. When the people of the martial lord heard this, their expressions changed greatly. They looked at the middle-aged woman with disheartened hearts. Ning Qi smiled. He was not surprised by this answer. He said with a smile, I am in the Battle Dan realm. How are you going to kill me? Poison, hire someone to assassinate, find a dragon, a demon, 8 sects, 4 great families. As long as I can kill you, I can accept any price. The middle-aged woman said in a dull voice. Do you really hate me that much? Ning Qi smiled. I hate you to the bone. It was you and that little bastard Dongfang Hao Jie who crippled my son's cultivation. If my son had not become the disciple of a master in the dragon territory, he would have become a cripple. When my son breaks through to the Battle Dan realm, I will let him personally kill you. When the middle-aged woman said this, there was some struggle on her face. Ning Qi knew that the effect of the truth serum was about to end. A few breaths later, the bodies of the martial lord and the middle-aged woman shook as they looked at Ning Qi in shock. You should be clear about what you have just said in your hearts, right? Ning Qi smiled and said. The middle-aged woman's face revealed a trace of despair. The martial lord glanced at her and sighed, Madam, you are really muddle-headed. The next moment, he suddenly attacked, a palm aimed at Ning Qi's heart. This was because he knew that Ning Qi would not let the matter rest today. You are indeed an ambitious person, decisive and ruthless. Ning Qi praised again. He allowed the other party's palm to strike his heart. His body did not even move from the full-force attack of a peak dozun. Is the Battle Dan realm someone you can kill? The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Ning Qi looked mockingly at the martial lord. Chapter 976. It doesn't matter who comes, seeing that Lord Wu's sneak attack was futile and Ning Beixian didn't even move an inch. Everyone in the Wu Imperial Mansion was in a state of panic. Ning Beixian, I am Lord Wu of the Nine States Empire. Although my cultivation is not as high as yours, if you kill me, you will become the enemy of the Nine States Empire. Lord Wu said calmly. Does the Nine States Empire have a Battle Dan realm warrior? Ning Qi smiled. No. Lord Wu's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Then why do you think that Su Hengtao would dare to become my enemy because of you? Ning Qi smiled. Lord, there is no need to talk to him. Lingfeng's master in Dragon's Field is also a Battle Dan realm warrior. If he dares to touch us today, Lingfeng will avenge us. The middle-aged beauty suddenly spoke. She looked at Ning Qi with incomparable hatred in her eyes. Wu Lingfeng went to Dragon's Field again? There are Battle Dan realm warriors in Dragon's Field? Ning Qi was a little surprised. What? Are you afraid? So what if you are an early-stage Battle Dan realm warrior? There are strong and weak Battle Dan realm warriors too. I'm afraid you are the weakest one. The middle-aged woman's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hee, so what? Aren't you forcing me to attack you? Ning Qi smiled. Would you not attack us if I didn't say that? The middle-aged woman sneered. Madam, say no more. Lord Wu sighed and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, I admit defeat today. Before he could finish his words, several figures shot through the air. The martial king's eyes flashed with a hint of hope. When he learned that Ning Qi had come knocking, he had already sent his subordinates to inform Su Hengtao. He knew that this was his last chance. Is it Ning Beixian? When Su Hengtao saw Ning Qi, his face revealed a trace of surprise. The subordinates sent by the martial king only said that a powerful enemy had come to collect a debt and that his life was in danger, but he didn't say that it was Ning Beixian. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Tuoba Dong and the other three who came with him were also slightly startled when they saw Ning Qi. Great Emperor! Lord Wu bowed to Su Hengtao. Emperor! This brat wants to kill us. We ask the great Emperor to uphold justice for our martial imperial manor. When the middle-aged woman saw Su Hengtao, she was very excited. A hint of hesitation flashed through Su Hengtao's eyes, then he landed in front of everyone, cupped his hands towards Ning Qi and said, Senior Ning, how did the martial imperial manor offend you? You want to stand up for him? Ning Qi said lightly. I wouldn't dare to step forward, but the two of them are my kin after all. If Senior wants to make a move, please give me a reason. Su Hengtao whispered. The people of the martial imperial manor had never seen the emperor of the 9 prefectures act so submissively. In their hearts, they had a better understanding of the might of a Do Dan expert. Quite a number of people were fantasizing that if they could break through to the Do Dan realm one day, this lifetime would not be in vain. The two of them hired assassins to kill me time and time again. They even hired the White Emperor Tower to kill me. Tell me, should I kill them? Ning Qi smiled. When Su Hengtao heard this, he knew that there was no way to be kind today. He could only look at Tuoba Dong and the others as if asking for help. Tuoba Dong sighed in his heart. No matter what, Su Hengtao was an outer sect disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect. His clansmen were inextricably linked to the Greedy Wolf sect. If he could save them, he would. Thinking of this, Tuoba Dong slightly cupped his hands and said, Senior, the Greedy Wolf sect will be the peacemaker and spare them the death penalty. As for punishment, you can punish them however you want. How about it? The people of the martial imperial manor immediately revealed a look of surprise. They didn't expect the emperor to ask the cultivators of the Greedy Wolf sect to plead for them. They would not die today. Joy flashed in the eyes of the martial imperial manor and the middle-aged woman. They were slightly relieved in their hearts. What kind of sect was the Greedy Wolf sect? It was certainly an existence that was not weaker than the dragon and the demon. An early-stage Do Dan expert could only be an outer sect elder, and there must be an even stronger existence behind him. According to their thinking, even if Ning Qi ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, he would not dare to offend the greedy wolf sect for them. Your greedy wolf sect is meddling in this kind of business? Ning Qi glanced at Tuobadong. Su Hengtao is an outer sect disciple of the greedy wolf sect. His clansmen are naturally protected by the greedy wolf sect. Since we have encountered this matter today, we have no choice but to intervene. Tuobadong sighed. You are not qualified to intervene in this matter. Ning Qi said indifferently. My master has already arrived at Dongxian and will arrive today. Does he have the qualifications? Tuobadong's expression turned cold. No wonder you dare to intervene today. It turns out that your backer is coming. Ning Qi chuckled. The expressions of Tuobadong and the other three changed slightly. What Ning Qi said was right. If it was 3 days ago, they would really not dare to intervene in this matter. However, their master was about to arrive today. With their master's methods, a mere existence that had just stepped into the initial stage of the Do-Dan realm was not worthy of his attention. Moreover, there was a message from the other side saying that Senior Brother Wenren and their master were coming together. That meant 2 early-stage Do-Dan experts. However, it doesn't matter who comes if I, Ning Beixian, want to kill someone. After Ning Qi said this, everyone was shocked. They could only see a powerful force of law surging out from his body. The King Wu and the middle-aged woman, who were the closest to him, still had a hint of shock on their faces. In the next moment, their bodies instantly decayed. With a gentle breeze, they turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. You! Su Hengtao's face revealed a trace of anger. Father! The sons and daughters of King Wu roared in grief. Then, they looked at Ning Qi with hatred, as if they wanted to use their eyes to cut him into pieces. You really don't give any face to the greedy wolf sect? Tuobadong said coldly. He originally thought that Ning Qi would stop after killing the 2 of them. In the end, the power of law didn't stop and directly engulfed the hundreds of people present. Su Hengtao, Tuobadong, and the others watched in shock as these people turned into a pile of ashes in an instant. The courtyard looked like it was covered with a thin layer of plaster powder. Su Hengtao was shocked and angry. He didn't dare to act up on the spot and could only slowly lower his head. Ning Qi glanced at them with a faint smile and walked out of the martial imperial mansion with his hands behind his back. 4 senior brothers. Seeing Ning Qi leave, Su Hengtao hurriedly looked at Tuobadong and the others. Junior brother Su, master will give you an explanation for this matter. Tuobadong said coldly. Thank you, 4 senior brothers. Su Hengtao gritted his teeth and nodded. Did you hear? Senior Ning went to the martial imperial mansion. The martial imperial couple and their children all died at his hands. There were several hundred people in the mansion, and besides those outside, none of them survived. Tisk Tsk, who asked King Wu to hire an assassin to kill Senior Ning. This is retribution. Those guys who offended Senior Ning won't be able to sleep. Chu Xian and the others surrounded Zhu Chen as they walked on the streets of the capital. Their ears kept hearing information about Ning Qi, and their faces were pale. Chu Xian, Senior Ning, is that Ning Beixian? Chapter 977. Apprenticeship, it should be him. Chu Xian was also a little uncertain. She casually pulled a passerby over and asked. After learning that Senior Ning was indeed referring to Ning Qi, her face became even paler. Do-Dan realm? Has Ning Beixian reached the Do-Dan realm? Dongfang Lingdong and the rest looked at each other in shock. Interesting. To think that Dongxian could produce such an expert. Where is he now? I want to pay him a visit. A hint of joy flashed in Zhu Chen's eyes. Young Master Zhu Chen, are you going to visit him? When Chu Xian and the others heard this, their faces did not look too good. Zhu Chen was startled for a moment before he burst into laughter. I remember now. I heard that you guys are related to him. I heard that the ancestral patriarch of your race was suppressed by Ning Beixian. It doesn't matter. The world has changed and the situation of the continent is different from before. As long as he knows that I'm a disciple of the Zhu family, he will definitely show me some respect. By then, I can even help you ask about the whereabouts of your family's ancestor. Dongfang Lingdong, go ask around and see where Ning Beixian is. Dongfang Lingdong nodded and walked towards a few cultivators on the street. Everyone was a little anxious. Zhu Chen was obviously trying to recruit Ning Qi. If Ning Qi also joined the Zhu clan, then the 9 super clans would lose even more of their status. Mr. Zhu Chen, if you are able to recruit an initial stage Do-Dan expert for our Zhu family, the family head will definitely reward you handsomely. 2 muscular men stood beside Zhu Chen. They were the demonic beast guards sent by Zhu Chen's elder brother. Along the way, Chu Xian and the rest were rather fearful of these 2 men. Before the world changed, such existences were top-notch demonic beast emperors. Not to mention them, even the patriarchs of their clans weren't qualified to talk to them. Yet, such an existence had been arranged to be a guard beside a mere 1-star Do Zun like Zhu Chen. From this, one could tell just how strong the Zhu clan was. Hui, you don't have to tell me. I know. Zhu Chen said indifferently. It's Hu Yi's fault for talking too much. The burly man grinned. Hu Er looked at Zhu Chen with disdain in his eyes. If Zhu Chen did not possess the bloodline of the Zhu family, why would he, a peak 10th rank demon beast that had condensed laws, be sent to such a remote and desolate place? If I was still in the clan, I might have the opportunity to obtain the qualification to enter that divine object. It is filled with the law of lightning. If I could comprehend 1 or 2 of them, I reckon that I would be able to break through to the Do-Dan realm. Hu Er thought with some dissatisfaction. The Cloud Rising sect has some properties in the capital. Ning Beixian lives in one of them. Dongfang Lingdong walked quickly to Zhu Chen's side and whispered, "Let's go." Zhu Chen smiled. In a small courtyard, because no one had cleaned the place for a long time, it was covered in dust and spiderwebs. Ning Qi gently waved his hand and the ice laws instantly swept out, enveloping everything in the small courtyard. After a breath of time, the dust and spiderwebs were all frozen into powder. As for the tables and chairs below, they were not damaged at all. In just a few moments, the small courtyard had become completely new. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the door. Ning Qi looked up and grabbed at the air. The door opened automatically. The 13th prince, who was standing at the door, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Behind him was a group of young men and women whose faces had also changed drastically. There were more than 20 of them, and many of them were familiar faces. Senior Ning, I hope you don't mind my sudden visit this time." The 13th prince didn't dare to come in. He just stood at the door and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. "13th prince, please come in." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Senior Ning." The 13th prince's eyes flashed with joy as he quickly walked in. The group of young men and women behind him were relieved. They were right to ask the 13th prince for help. After knowing that Ning Qi had reappeared in the pugilistic world and had reached the Do-Dan realm, the young men and women were itching to visit Ning Qi. However, there weren't many people in the capital who had a good relationship with Ning Qi. They couldn't ask the Golden Sage of the Heaven Secret Institute. The 3rd-rank eunuch, Dongfang Haojie, wasn't in the capital. They heard that Ning Qi had smiled at the 13th prince at the Yunwu restaurant, so they wanted to ask the 13th prince for a visit. Even if Ning Qi didn't want to meet them, he wouldn't blame them. The 13th prince already had this plan, so he went with the flow. Reality proved that they were right. Everyone sat down in the living room. Ning Qi sat at the main seat and smiled at everyone. "I'm the only one here, so I can't serve you any tea. Please don't mind me." Gasp! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts, and they were extremely shocked. Wasn't Ning Beixian extremely arrogant? He had just killed a few hundred people from the martial imperial mansion, but he didn't seem to be arrogant at all. Senior Ning, you must be joking. The 13th prince quickly cupped his hands. I'm already being rude by coming here. How would I dare to drink tea? 13th prince, we haven't seen each other for a few years after that battle, right? Ning Qi smiled and said. A hint of nostalgia appeared in the 13th prince's eyes. Indeed, it's been more than 5 years. In that battle, I had a great time beating you. You also didn't use your status as a prince to suppress me. So, if you have any requests, you can make one. As long as I, Ning, can accomplish it, I will help you. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone looked at the 13th prince with envy and jealousy. A hint of surprise flashed in the 13th prince's eyes. He asked subconsciously, Senior Ning, are you serious? After saying this, he knew that his words were a bit rude. Just as he was thinking about how to remedy it, Ning Qi smiled and said, Of course it's true. Then, Senior Ning, can I be your disciple? The 13th prince asked carefully. You want to be my disciple? The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. Dongfang Haojie and I are from the same generation. If you become my disciple, you will have to call this third-rank eunuch martial uncle when you see him in the future. It's fine. If Senior Ning is willing to take me as his disciple, I can call him martial uncle 10,000 times or even 100,000 times. The 13th prince knelt down in front of Ning Qi without hesitation. Kowtow 9 times, and you'll be my disciple. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The 13th prince was overjoyed. He kowtowed 9 times, creating a small hole in the ground in front of him. The youths that came with the 13th prince were filled with jealousy. They were just about to say something when a loud laugh came from outside. Is Ning Beixian inside? I'm Zhu Chun from the Zhu family. I'm here to visit. Zhu family? The Zhu family of the 4 big families? Everyone's expression turned cold when they heard this. Chapter 978. Chapter 978. Recruitment. A group of people escorted Zhu Chun into the guest hall. When Chu Xian and the rest saw Ning Beixian sitting at the head of the table, their expressions changed. Are you Ning Beixian? Zhu Chun smiled and cupped his hands together. As for the 13th prince and the rest, he didn't even look at them. Hu Yi and Hu Er followed closely behind Zhu Chun and stared at Ning Qi cautiously. Did I allow you to come in? Ning Qi said indifferently. When the crowd heard this, a trace of shock appeared on their faces. Those who felt that Ning Qi did not put on any airs at all felt a storm in their hearts. As expected of Ning Beixian. He's still so arrogant. Or has he never heard of the Zhu clan? How dare you? Who's your master? Which sect are you from? Do you know the identity of the person you're talking to? Hu Yi shouted angrily. Ning Beixian, it's not strange that you haven't heard of the Zhu clan. 1 dragon, 1 demon, 9 palaces and 8 sects, 4 major clans. The Zhu clan is one of the 4 major clans. Zhu Chun smiled. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes as he waited for Ning Qi's apology. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi's attitude towards Zhu Chun would change instantly, Ning Qi remained seated and didn't move at all. He only lifted his eyelids slightly and said indifferently, Get out. Zhu Chun's expression changed slightly as he forced a smile. What did you just say? Deaf? I asked you to get out. Ning Qi said indifferently. Young Master Zhu Chun, this person is so arrogant. We should get out first. He won't give face to anyone when he goes crazy. A young man standing behind Zhu Chun said softly. He was a disciple of the Tuoba clan. Looks like the Zhu clan won't be able to recruit Ning Qi. Ha! The eyes of Dongfang Lingdong and the rest flickered with a hint of joy that was hard to detect. You're Ning Beixian? I heard that you've broken through to the Dan battle realm. Do you know how many people like you there are in the Zhu clan? Zhu Chun inhaled a deep breath of air. His gaze met Ning Qi's. Although there was a trace of anger in his heart, a Do Dan realm expert was worth him putting down his status to recruit. After all, he was only considered a branch member of the Zhu clan. There were only 3 patriarchs in his branch who were initial stage Battle Dan realm expert. There wasn't even a middle stage Battle Dan realm expert. If he could recruit a Battle Dan realm expert back, his contribution would be enough to exchange for the qualification to enter the divine object several times. How many people like me are there in the Zhu family? Ning Qi smiled. It would be good if he could use this opportunity to understand more about the Zhu family. When Zhu Chen saw this, his face revealed a trace of arrogance. He said indifferently, "My Zhu clan, as the #1 clan in the Shanwu mainland, has no less than 30 initial stage Do Dan realm experts and 4 intermediate stage Do Dan realm experts. My Zhu clan also has a reclusive ancestor who has lived for over 30,000 years and is already a late stage Do Dan realm expert." Hiss, when everyone heard this, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Even Chu Xian and the rest were the same. Although they had submitted to the Zhu clan, they did not have a detailed understanding of the Zhu clan's strength. Now that Zhu Chun had mentioned it, it was enough to shock everyone. There were actually as many as 30 initial stage Do Dan realm experts. There were even 4 intermediate stage experts and a late stage Do Dan realm patriarch. 30,000 years old. What kind of concept was this? The inheritance of the 9 great clans was merely tens of thousands of years old. Everyone knew that the upper limit of a Dodi's lifespan was over 4,000 years old. This was already considered immortal in the human clan. The human clan who possessed a special ancient demon clan bloodline would have a slightly longer lifespan. However, until now, no one in Dongxian land had ever lived for 10,000 years. 30,000 years was really an unimaginable number. It was likely that if the Zhu clan used 10% of their strength, they would be able to sweep through the 4 lands. How about it? Are you interested in my Zhu clan? Zhu Chen smiled faintly as he looked at Ning Qi. He believed that a mere Do Dan realm expert from a remote village would not be able to reject his temptation. The Zhu clan wants to recruit Ning Qi? Only then did everyone react as they looked at Zhu Chen in surprise. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your Zhu clan. You may leave." Ning Qi waved his hand and said. Zhu Chen's face instantly turned cold. He had said so much and pointed out the Zhu clan's strength. However, the other party still had such an attitude. It was obvious that he was looking down on him. As expected of Ning Beixian, who doesn't go mad. The group of aristocrats who came with the 13th prince suddenly recalled the battle between Ning Qi and the 13th prince. After the battle, Ning Qi was given a nickname, the Crazy Demon Blade Emperor. This nickname did not spread for long as Ning Qi made one breakthrough after another and was forgotten by everyone. However, they felt that this nickname was the most suitable for Ning Qi. "Ning Beixian, are you looking down on my Zhu clan?" Zhu Chen said coldly. "Can you represent the Zhu clan? You came uninvited and don't know any manners. If everyone in your Zhu clan is like you, then I will indeed look down on your Zhu clan." Ning Qi said faintly. "It's over. He is going to form a grudge with the Zhu clan. Fortunately, I did not take him as my master. The 13th prince is in trouble." As Ning Beixuan's disciple, he will not be able to escape if the Zhu clan attacks. Many people had a look of relief in their eyes. "How dare you? A mere initial stage Do Dan realm cultivator dares to speak such nonsense?" Hu Yi and Hu Er's eyes were filled with anger. "The 2 of you are shapeshifted demonic beasts, yet you are willing to be this kid's guards. What right do you have to speak to me? Get lost." Ning Qi's eyes turned cold as he gently waved his hand. A mighty power of law directly bombarded the 2 of them. The 2 of them only had time to let out a scream before they were sent flying. They smashed the courtyard door and rolled miserably on the street. What happened here? That seems to be Senior Ning's residence. Are they here to look for trouble? The passers-by on the street curiously gathered around. Ning Beixian, you will regret it if you don't give me any face. Zhu Chen looked at Ning Qi coldly and said while gritting his teeth. Chu Xian and the rest were secretly delighted. At this point, it was impossible for Ning Qi to be recruited by the Zhu clan. In no time, his actions today would reach the ears of the Zhu clan. At that time, there would naturally be an expert who would come forward to resolve this matter. After Zhu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. His face did not reveal any fear, but his heart had already started to tremble. This kind of Do-Dan realm cultivator who disregarded his Zhu clan was the truly terrifying one. If he were to go crazy and kill him, he would not know how the Zhu clan would seek revenge in the future. We will also take our leave. Chapter 979. Goodbye to Oba-in. At the same time, two figures arrived in front of the Yunwu Inn. Su Hengtao, scholar of heaven and earth, Tuoba Dong, and Ding Ling had been waiting for a long time. They immediately went up to greet the two figures. Greetings, Master, Senior Brother Wenren. Tuoba-in nodded. I've received your message. Beside Tuoba Huan stood a handsome young man. His gaze fell directly on Ding Ling. Ding Ling's expression was a little excited, and her cheeks were flushed. It's been hard on you all these years. Wenren Miwa smiled at Ding Ling. No, it's nothing. Ding Ling said softly. I'll take you to the Greedy Wolf sect when this is over. Wenren Miwa smiled. Ding Ling was extremely excited. However, she suddenly remembered that the earth-searching pill had been stolen. Her expression turned gloomy. Young Master Wenren, the earth-searching pill you gave me was stolen. Don't worry. I'll take care of this myself. Whoever stole the pill will pay the price. Wenren Miwa smiled. Where is Ning Beixian now? Tuoba-in glanced at Wenren Miwa and Ding Ling before asking Tuoba Dong and the others. Master, I'll take you to him. Tuoba Dong's lips curled. Su Hengtao clenched his fists. With Tuoba Yin's help, Ning Beixian wouldn't be able to escape no matter how arrogant he was. I've offended the Zhu clan. I'll give you another chance. It's still not too late if you leave now. Ning Qi looked at the 13th prince and smiled. The 13th prince said with determination, Since I've become Master's disciple, I'll naturally share honor and disgrace. What's there to be afraid of even facing the Zhu clan? Not bad. I didn't misjudge you. I knew you were different from your father's brothers. Don't worry, Zhu Chen's cultivation isn't high and he was sent to Dongxian. I'm afraid his status in the Zhu clan isn't high either. As long as the Zhu clan isn't stupid, they won't make me their enemy just because of a bastard. Ning Qi chuckled. Master is wise. The 13th prince came to a realization and was even more impressed by Ning Qi. What's your common name? Ning Qi asked. Su Hongwen. The 13th prince said. At this moment, the crowd that had originally left suddenly returned the way they came. Ning Qi frowned and looked up, only to see a familiar face strolling in with Tuoba Dong and the others. Zhu Chen and the others also followed by the side. Father? When Su Hongwen saw Su Hengtao, his expression became somewhat unnatural. What are you doing here? Su Hengtao slightly frowned. After glancing at Tuoba Shun, he glared at Su Hongwen. Your son has already taken Senior Ning as my master. Su Hongwen whispered. What? Su Hengtao jumped in fright, and then flew into a rage. How could you acknowledge him as your master? Hurry up and get over here. If it was any other time, not only would Su Hengtao not be angry, he would instead be a little happy. If his son could acknowledge a Do-Dan realm expert as his master, his future would naturally be bright. However, the situation was different now. Tuoba Shun and Wenren Miwa were both present. If they saw his son acknowledging him as his master, who knew what they would think? Su Hongwen was slightly startled. He thought that Su Hengtao had developed a prejudice against Ning Qi because of the incident at the Imperial Wu Mansion. However, in his opinion, the Imperial Wu Mansion was just a distant branch of the Su family. In terms of seniority, they were countless generations apart. His father shouldn't stop him from acknowledging Ning Qi as his master because of this, right? Father, this is what happened, Su Hongwen opened his mouth to explain. Su Hengtao shouted and interrupted Su Hongwen. If you don't come over today, I will sever all ties with you. In the future, you will have nothing to do with the Su family. Many people had gloating looks in their eyes. Su Hongwen was slightly startled and then shook his head. Fine, I have no interest in the throne. If I don't want to be a prince, then so be it. His attitude was extremely firm, and it instantly shocked everyone. You unfilial son. Su Hengtao was furious. Alright, back off. Tuoba Xuan glanced at him impatiently. Seeing this, Su Hengtao was slightly startled and quickly shut his mouth. Then, Tuoba Xuan smiled and looked at Ning Qi. We haven't seen each other for more than a year. I didn't expect you to have already reached the pill battle realm. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, Ning Qi's terrifying cultivation speed was definitely because of the Celestial Tribe's bloodline. If he could snatch this bloodline from Ning Qi, then he would also have the chance to become a peak expert in the advanced pill battle realm. He might even have a chance to break through to the Eternal Life realm. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Ning Qi became even more fiery. I didn't expect there to be so many pill battle realm experts hidden in Dongxian. Zhu Chun, who was standing at the side, had a trace of contemplation in his eyes. At the door, he had met Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Miu. After Hu Yi and Hu Er's reminder, he knew that these two were also pill battle realm expert. Naturally, he wanted to recruit them. When he mentioned the Zhu family's name, the two's reaction was different from Ning Beishuan's. Not only did they invite him to stay in the capital for a few days, but they also revealed that they were willing to cooperate with the Zhu family. Are you surprised? Ning Qi looked at Tuoba Xuan with a faint smile. His eyes collided with Wenren Miu's in the air. Wenren Miu's eyes carried a trace of scrutiny. With just a glance, Ning Qi could determine the strength of Tuoba Xuan and Wenren Miu. Tuoba Xuan's aura was not too strong. It was much weaker than people like Wu Guodong. Ning Qi estimated that he had only condensed over 100 laws. As for Wenren Miu, her aura was even weaker than Tuoba Xuan's. If I attack with all my strength, it won't be a problem to kill these two, Ning Qi said in his heart. Surprised. A trace of coldness flashed into Tuoba Xuan's eyes. To be honest, he was not surprised at all. Back when Ning Qi's body changed, it had stimulated some of the will left by that person. Tuoba Xuan knew that it would not be too difficult for Ning Qi to break through to the pill battle realm. After all, that person was an existence that far surpassed the pill battle realm. Even Eternal Life realm experts were like ants in front of him. If I give this kid a few more years, he might even break through to the middle stage of the pill battle realm or even the late stage of the pill battle realm. I have to take this opportunity to take him down. If he breaks through, I can only hand over the benefits in front of me and let those old guys in the sect eat him up, Tuoba Xuan thought in his heart. Did you steal the Yunwu Tower's Book of Life and Death? Wenren Miu suddenly asked. Ding Ling, who was beside her, stared at Ning Qi. The number of onlookers kept increasing. After the major powers received the news, they all rushed over. Currently, although there were only 50 to 60 people standing in Ning Qi's courtyard, there were thousands of pairs of eyes staring at the situation outside. Hearing Wenren Miu's words, they were slightly shocked. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.